January 14th, 2026. It is our first official meeting of the new year, and it seems like it's been a little bit since we've met. As is custom here in Washington, we have our public forums on the first meeting, the first Wednesday of each quarter. So that said, I will at this time open up the floor for the public forum. And is there anyone who would like to speak to the council? This demand for open public comment, this is... Jordan, have you got something to say to the council? Come on up. If you just remember to state your name and verify that you're a resident of Washington City.
My name's Jordan Hess. I am a resident of Washington City in the Red Waters area. I actually just came from the Washington Wheels Park. There are some professional BMX bikers down there testing out the tracks right now, and it is like Disneyland down there. It is so cool. It's getting very, very close to being finished, and I just appreciate that our city is making that a priority, and guarantee it's going to be a huge draw from not only our region, but I think the entire state.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jordan. All right, seeing no one else, we'll go ahead and close the public forum.
Mayor, may I make a quick comment?
Councilman Coates.
Since you brought up the Wills Park.
Yes.
I told some of you, but it's kind of funny. So I was a pretty big rollerblader in my early years. Got me a brand new set for Christmas. Gone out a couple times. I'm just ready for the Wills Park to open so I can see if my knees can really break and go that way.
You gotta...
Why did you make fun of me like that? I had more hair back then. No, I probably could. I probably could, but it would be a skull.
We should have a rollerblade race. I was also an avid roller skater growing up. Rollerblader, actually.
Really race, but let's do it.
Okay.
Is the blades versus the skate, is it the number of wheels? Right, the 2 and 2 versus the single line of, is that the skating versus blading? I'm just verifying here.
You're correct.
Hey, me, Mayor.
And that concludes our public forum. At this time, we'll move into our regularly scheduled workshop meeting. Today, again, is Wednesday, January 14th, 2026. I will call for a motion to approve our agenda as outlined.
So moved, Mayor.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates.
Second, Mayor.
Second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Our only item of business for the workshop meeting is a closed session. So we do need to go to closed session for character or professional competence of an individual, pending or potential litigation, and possibly purchase, exchange, or lease of property. I'll call for a motion on that item, and then we'll do a roll call vote.
Sorry, Mayor.
Have a motion by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second? Second by Councilman Casperson. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Casperson. Ivey.
Aye.
Coates. Henderson. Belliston. That is unanimous. We will move into the boardroom for closed session.
You probably knew where I was at. What's the plan?
Was for a second to close the meeting and talk about all that we got done.
Yes.
Okay, we'll get started here. Welcome to our regular meeting. We're located in the council chambers of Washington City Hall. Today is January 14th, 2026, our first regular meeting of the new year. Our meetings are streamed live and archived at washingtoncity.org/meetings. Before we start our meeting tonight, just with respect to the Bennett family within our community that's experienced a tragedy today, I'd just like for us all to just take a moment of silence. Thank you. Is Mary Robinson here by chance? I'd like to invite Councilman Henderson to offer the invocation, after which Councilman Coates will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for the many blessings that we have. We're grateful for the opportunity to meet here as a city council and as a community. We're grateful, Father, for our Washington City and for the many wonderful experiences and neighbors and things that we have here. Bless us with thy Spirit, Father, as we discuss the city business, that we can come to the agreements and conclusions that will be the best for our city and will help our residents. And we're thankful for all that we have. We say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Council, I will make note that we do need to go to closed session this evening for pending or potential litigation and purchase, exchange, or lease of property. That said, I'll look to you for a motion to approve the agenda as outlined.
So moved, Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates. Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor? The agenda is approved unanimously. We have a few announcements. Tomorrow is the annual What's Up Down South convention at the Dixie Center. Our offices will be closed on Monday, January 19th in observance of Martin Luther King Jr. Day. And I know some sitting up here and some in the crowd are looking forward to the Utah State legislative session, which begins on January 20th and ends on March 26th. Council, are there any announcements that I may have missed that should be made mention of? Seeing none, we'll go to the next item on the agenda, which is declarations of abstentions and conflicts. Anything to declare or any abstentions this evening?
Mayor, item 6A, I did the work on the annexation plat.
Duly noted. Anything else? Moving right along, we will go to the item 4, which is Youth Council. I'll invite, it looks like Annie is here with Mayor Brown, and they have a presentation of a proposed service project. And a city manager, is it?
Keaton Earl.
I was going to say Earl, but I didn't want to be wrong. Good to see you too, Caden. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. The Washington City Youth Council would like to propose a service project, and as the advisor, I would like to turn it over to Mayor and City Manager.
Wonderful. Thanks, Annie.
Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. As the Washington City Youth Council, one of the goals we always have is to have physical change in Washington, something that can stand the test of time. And this year for our service project, we are proposing a mural that will be under a bridge in Sullivan Soccer Park. This mural, it will be based on Washington, early Washington, all until present day Washington, how it's changed and how it's culturally changed as well. all as well ending with the America 250 mural at the end.
Cool.
So we, as the Youth Council, will be designing and painting this mural under the bridge. We'll be coming up with the design while that is not done yet. The funds for this are funds we have raised as well as funds allocated by the America 250 from the city. And for this, we have already met with the Parks Department and Paul Walker to see the feasibility of this. Thank you.
Well said, Mayor Brown. Anything you would ask, Mr. Earl? Nothing to add?
Sweet, I'm glad.
You know you're not getting off that easy.
I wish I
You know,
was.
Councilman Ivy's the council liaison there, and I've got 4 other elected officials here that I'm sure have questions for you or input or comments.
Perfect.
There's the funds that you mentioned, are those enough to cover this effort?
The funds from America 250 and the funds we have already had. Yes, they will be.
Will you guys be doing the painting yourself or hiring an artist or?
Yeah, so that
What are
will
your
be all of
plans?
us. We already will have the supplies and the paint, everything we'll need, and it'll just be us as the youth council on a day, maybe like this, who knows, but
Right
just
on.
going out under the bridge and doing all the painting ourselves, yes.
Is this the bridge where the trail goes underneath, right there at Sullivan?
I believe this is one, yes.
So is
that's
that,
the one.
where are you putting it, on the concrete wall, up on the head wall?
Yes.
And we'd also talked to Paul about adding some lighting underneath that bridge so that the walls can be illuminated as well as create safety for the community that will be using that bridge.
It's also like deter graffiti so that it doesn't get,
Exactly,
so people feel safer under the bridge and there's also less graffiti.
to keep it clean.
We had talked about there needs to be some added to it to make it
probably like-
more lit, yes.
Yeah, there's probably like one light to just, so you can,
We got a tunnel going under
Yeah.
the road, all that, pretty well anyway.
Have you talked about what you might paint? What representations of the city and progress that you might paint and put under there?
I don't think we've had any formal meetings at all, but I'm sure that will be coming up very soon.
Okay, and what's your timeline?
Well,
As soon as we get approval.
as soon as
We would like to get it
approval.
done before the seniors are graduating. This is kind of like
Okay.
the last senior group, so we would like to do that before.
So the timeline would be ending May, June. That would be the finished product.
I love that.
It'd be kind of cool if you could finish it before Cotton Days, and then we could have like a big, some type of,
That'd be cool.
unveiling during Cotton Days or something. That'd be cool.
Cotton Days is the last week of April, first few days of May this
I don't
year.
know if that's possible.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, we have some graphic design interest within the council, so we just need to get the approval and then we'll go to the design phase and then get the approval for the design, and then we can paint.
Cool.
Perfect.
That's awesome.
Mayor, what are you looking for? Just a thumbs up? It's not really.
Yeah, this is just an informal kind of a nod, or I think they're looking for a thumbs up. I see at least 3 thumbs. Do I see 4?
Well, can I maybe add to your project? Something that we talked about at Active Transportation today in our meeting was, there's a building on Sullivan Park right by I think it is a bathroom facility. But anyways, a discussion was had that maybe we could do a mural like on the back side of it, like right where it goes by the trail. It's not too big of a building. I don't know if you guys would want to do maybe even a design if you don't want to add your project, but at least a design too while you're doing that mural that you're doing. I feel like it like underneath the bridge is nice, but it'd be also nice to see it where it's not under the bridge too. Like I think murals really add a lot, and especially if we did something with the 250th and with the Cotton Days that is patriotic would be just a thought.
I don't know the building that you're talking about, we would love to go look at it. and
Yeah,
see what
I can-
kind of an undertaking it would be, but we're totally amiable to whatever you guys want to do.
I go by there a lot. So yeah, it's not, like you said, it's not too big of a space. I don't know if it would be an add-on or something completely different, but we're already there.
It's cinder block, if I'm correct.
it's cinder block. It's the restaurant.
It'd be a
clubhouse.
harder surface, but I was just going to suggest for your mural, where there's part of these funds is the America 250, and we're celebrating our 250 years this July 4th. It'd be really fun to add some of that to the mural as well. And Mayor, Council, let me just share that this group, they really, what they like talking about is how to give back to the community, how to do service and how to help and they've had countless conversations about ways to provide service and help. And all of them just so enthusiastic and eager to help. And I really appreciate being a part of them. Annie does a great job. And, our advisor, our employee of the month, Michelle, Cummings, she's wonderful as well. And it's just a privilege to work with these young folks. So.
Maybe a last question before you go. Now you have the annual trip to the legislature coming up. Is that early February? February 8th and 9th. And so we're excited to get up there again and make the rounds. This won't be either of your first time going, and we've been up there a few times with both of you. So I love that you keep those traditions alive. And I think this is an appropriate, project for this youth council to leave a visible impact in the community, in addition to the many, many hours of service and that you've given over the years. So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anything else, council, before we excuse them? Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
We'll move on to the consent agenda, which includes the approval of minutes from council meetings 12/10/25 and 12/17/25, and the board audit report from December 2025. I'll call for a motion on that.
Mayor, I actually have reviewed the minutes in the board audit, and I'm prepared to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as outlined.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Ivey. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is approved unanimously. We'll move on to the next section, which is public hearings. Item 6A, this is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance accepting the annexation petition known as Final Local Entity Plat, East Edition, Washington City. I'll invite City Recorder Tara Pence to present to the council. Ms. Pence.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We are almost at the end of this process. So this is the final step for council approval, public hearing and approval of an ordinance for the East Edition for our annexation near Warner Valley. It's 4,294 acres. You guys accepted the petition for this item on November 12th. We've done all of the process from that point until now, and we're ready to move forward with the public hearing and get it submitted to the Lieutenant Governor's office.
Wonderful.
So,
Any questions for the City Recorder on this, or for Legislative Affairs Director Jordan Hess, who I know was also working on this? Thanks, Tara.
Yep.
At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on behalf of this annexation petition, the opportunity is yours to come forward and speak. Seeing no one, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and turn to the council for further discussion and/or a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, if there's no discussion.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve an ordinance accepting the annexation petition known as Final Local Entity Plat, East Edition.
And I'll second that.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Henderson and the second by Councilman Belliston. Let's go roll call vote, beginning with Councilmember Ivey. Coates.
I'll abstain, Mayor.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston. Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved unanimously on a vote of 4-0 with Councilman Coates abstaining. Item 6B. This is a public hearing and consideration to approve an ordinance for an easement abandonment in Queens Ridge Phase 5 located at Camino Real and Arena Way. New Development Project Manager John Hinkie is ready to present on this particular item. Good to see you, John.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The ordinance we have in front of you is for vacating an easement across the property that's being developed as Queens Ridge Phase 5. We have a water main that crossed it before development. It was in an easement. We relocated it into what will be the right-of-way for Camino Real, and we're getting close, so we'd go ahead and get this in front of you. The only thing I would ask is the condition shown on there is that this doesn't be recorded until we actually record the final plat for Queens Ridge 5.
Okay. You've heard staff report. Any questions? Thank you, John.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on item 6B, which is easement abandonment. Anyone wishing to speak to this? This is your opportunity. Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn to the council for further discussion and/or a motion.
Make a motion that we approve the abandonment of the Queen Ridge Phase 5 easement.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
I'll second that one as well.
We'll go Councilwoman Casperson on this one. I have a motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilwoman Casperson. We'll go roll call vote on this, beginning with Councilmember Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy. That is approved unanimously 5-0. Next section on the agenda is conditional use permit. Item 7A, consideration to approve the proposed location for the evaporation pond for conditional use permit C-25-07. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb will present on this item. Mr. Gibb.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. The first 2 pages of the exhibit identify the location of the Perfect Swell Recreation Lagoon along with evaporation pond in relation to the entire PCD as shown on the screen here. And as shown in the exhibit, the proposed location for the evaporation pond is at the north end of the PCD, which is adjacent to Washington Fields Road. The evaporation pond is identified on the first page with a bright red rectangle. Discharge service line connecting the lagoon and the evaporation pond is shown on the first page with the red line, which I'll zoom in. You can see those details there. That smaller red line is the discharge there between the recreational lagoon and the pond. Your discharge line is shown in the HOA maintained and managed properties, except for where it crosses the public right-of-way in 5 different locations. Pages 3 through 5 are a close-up of the proposed evaporation pond. And stormwater basin. The applicant is proposing to make aesthetic improvements to this area, which include an L-shaped privacy block wall to screen the site from the southbound traffic, a 4-foot wide chat trail and seating benches around the evaporation pond, 4-foot tall wrought iron fence around the pond to keep debris out, and increased landscaping around and in this area. Page 6 shows what the site currently looks like. Pages 7 and 8 are a narrative from the applicant, and pages 9 through 13 are an engineering memorandum from Cloward H2O. Proposed pond is shown in an area designated as open space. In the Alea PCD, and the discharge is coming from a commercial use. If council is considering to approve this location, a zone change application designating this area use should be facilitated to finalize the discharge at this location. That concludes staff report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Eldon. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll invite the applicant or the applicant's representative to come forward and speak to the council. Brandy's saying, is this me? I'm assuming the council has questions for you, even if they don't have questions for staff.
Good evening, Council. Brandy Walker with Civil Science representing the applicant tonight. Thank you, Eldon, for your presentation. I know you guys have had an opportunity to review it, so rather than continue with this spiel, we're just looking, for your approval to use this location. So yeah, here to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for Brandy representing Zion Shores?
So this is already a basin, right?
Yeah, it's currently serving as a detention basin. It's historics are old, but I can get into that if you want. But so yeah, the area right now, there's 2 basins sitting there right now. There's a kind of an upper and a lower basin. A lot of people probably didn't even realize they were there because they do sit as you're driving down, there's a berm on Washington Fields Road that does block the views of them. So you can kind of see them in the presentation. It's kind of, the red one that we're proposing is the evaporation pond. We would be reconstructing the existing basin there. And then there's the upper one that's shown in purple on this one, and again, reconstructing it to increase the size of it to accommodate the needed capacity. So we've got a detailed drainage study that explains how and why and how we got to this point. So we'll provide that, upon acceptance of this location. So we do have the capacity, so we're not losing storm drain capacity, to be very clear. We're just reconfiguring existing. This area is designated as open space, but it's been more or less like a natural open space. You can see on the south end that there is some improvements. The grass has kind of been struggling. They would like just to revamp it along with the overall landscape plan that's being prepared for Alea. They'd pull this area into it and make it more uniform with what's going to go down the Fields Road and then, groves in those major corridors. So increasing the walking paths, we've had some drainage runoff issues right there. You can see it's been ponding. So yeah, this is the improvement of it, what they're wanting to do. So it's kind of hard to see on this because they were yellow highlighted on this exhibit, but it shows that the existing versus the improved. So the amount of linear footage of trail currently is roughly 788 linear feet. With proposing to increase it around the evap pond, it actually ups the linear footage to 1,809. Then we talk about the landscape improved too, but we do want to eliminate all turf or grass. So it will be desert scaped and try to be more water conscious in this area as well. It's kind of a little outcropping of grass there, so to improve it there. The basin now as it exists today is really deep on that north end basin. So we would shallow it up for the evap pond and, re-contour it to meet the needs of what engineering is requiring for that.
What's the area of the pond and detention basin?
Which
Just
one?
the area,
Eldon, can you back to that civil exhibit, please?
and I'm assuming, Eldon, while you're looking for that would count towards the overall pond acreage that the development's approved to have?
No, so our detention basins are not counted as water. So these ones are not holding water. These are solely to hold stormwater runoff.
But the pond would be?
So the pond, you're talking the evap pond here? This is not included in our water recreation. So this would be, so the amount of water in the pond would be, fluctuation, because it's man-controlled, it's not a Mother Nature. But I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're asking.
So you have just under 19 acres of
lakes.
Of ponds and lakes, pools, we've used all the terms kind of interchangeably. It seems to me that this would count towards the entitled acres of water feature, even if it's shallow.
So this is kind of a gray area because it's somewhere, no, because it's not recreation, but two, and it's not stormwater. So our stormwater basins don't count towards a lake use. But this one right here, if this location this is up to council, approved by you guys, staff has directed us that this would have a commercial zone on top of it, not a lakes
So
zone.
did you find the area?
It's at the bottom of that sheet, if you can pan up a little bit. I can't read, it's right bottom, sorry. So it's right there. So it's an acre because it's 5 feet deep. So that red area outline is an acre. So our goal would be to take that acre of open space and reallocate open space within the PCD. So move it to another location. And then, again, this is council's direction, but then that acre there would have a commercial zoning versus a recreational lake. It would be part of Desert Shore.
The other, if I can jump, just a quick question. The other lakes do serve for stormwater as well, right? They're joint.
Half of them do. So the pond lakes do, but.
Recreation ones, but the pond lakes.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
But they're dead pooled, so there's a water surface in it. Like this could be dry, so it's not really a lake aesthetic, but.
I can comment, Mayor. I like the looks of it. I don't mind the location. I appreciate, planning, landscaping around it and stuff. My main concern would be smells. I know in your thing it says the odors would be minimal, but What does that mean? And then the other thing is having a hard time picturing like what it'll look like. I know it says you'd have, 181 cubic yards of sediment to haul off every year or something like that. Just trying to wrap my brain around what that would look like, is it just like sludge down in the bottom of the pond and you
So, yeah.
roll a loader down in there a few times a year and
Yeah, so
clean it out, or?
with a 5-foot deep pond, we anticipate about 2 inches of buildup annually in a dry powder form. So it'd be like you're walking through like dry minerals is what it will dry to.
So you wouldn't probably,
So-
every few years you'd do it. Oh, I get it, okay,
Yeah, so,
yeah.
and it's based, so again, it's man-controlled, so if they needed to clean it out, they'd just shut off the backwash to it, let it dry up, and then, scrape it out.
Makes sense.
Can I ask, is this lined?
Yes, because we don't want it to percolate, it'll be an evaporation situation.
What's it lined with?
Right now, we're designing it with clay.
What kind of clay?
All the beautiful clay we have out there, yeah.
No, are you using blue clay?
So Stuckey has a couple different types of clay. So the Deadpool lakes that are currently constructed out there, AGEC has engineered the liners on those. So we'll have the geotechs look at a
Usually
liner.
when they dry out, then they become useless.
Correct.
You
So-
dry out the clay, so how do you do that?
So the Deadpool lakes that we have right now that are constructed have 3 feet of clay liner and they have a foot of sand cap. So in this situation, we kind of do want it to dry out, which,
You don't want the liner to dry out because then it cracks and then it doesn't
Correct.
work.
So,
That's
yeah.
what I'm worried about is the liner cracking.
yeah. There's a lot of clay out there, so we could, and right now this pond, I think it kind of ranges in depth. It's about 8 feet almost in depth, so we could easily throw 3 feet of clay in as it sits today and have a solid, base, but then top it with,
Yeah, just as soon as it
Geotechnical.
dries out, you'll have a problem as soon as you turn the water back on. So that's,
correct. Yeah, exactly, good question, because Cloward mentions in their report, you got summer, you got winter, you got high evaporation, you have no evaporation, you have monsoon season. So there's gonna be all sorts of seasons and all sorts of situations or, variables involved. So yeah, if it became where it needed to really be cleaned out, then they would time it to where weather and, the amount of water going in it, and I don't wanna misspeak, but, and I think Cloward is on call too, they're here, I believe, available. Yeah, but it's about equivalent to like a garden hose pouring water in there.
Because I noticed on there like a 2-inch line, so it can't be that much water going into the pond.
Correct.
Just minimal.
The reason the pond is so large is because we want it to evaporate. So we want that water to be as shallow as we can make it.
And the water would only show up when you're doing your process, right?
The summer months when there's peak evaporation would be producing more water.
So,
Yeah, so
Fenced off and.
we're gonna, this is the entry to the development. It's been somewhat overlooked over the years as you come in. But we'll put a monumentation and some beautification on the corner there. But there's a secondary slide to the improvement one that shows, it's kind of rough, but it shows, this is like a cross section of it. So we would put, and I can have Cody get up, he's got some water that he wants you guys to look at tonight too, that shows you the byproduct. But because the water itself doesn't smell, there's no smell to it. Any sort of contamination, just like a standard detention basin would be like, a normal detention basin really doesn't smell, but if you get rotting weeds and growth, that's what smells. So this basin, because of the high levels of content of mineral, won't grow anything, but if you get weeds and stuff down in it, that's what we want to protect. So right around the top of the basin is depicted in that photo, will be a 4-foot wrought iron fence with tighter slats to keep weeds and like debris out, with the gate on the end so they can access it to service. It'll have 3-to-1 side slopes, which will have, again, a sand filter with some bouldering around it. So it will look more or less like a drainage basin you see around town, but instead of having rock bottom, it'll have that mineral bottom.
Further questions for the applicant? Thanks, Brandy. Council, further discussion on this particular item? I'll throw in my 2 cents. I know that they did say they have water if you'd like to see it, touch it, if you're brave, taste it.
I heard Dad took a pull off of it.
And then, go ahead, yeah. This looks like the kind of jar you drink out of normally, Councilwoman. I would definitely have Jeremy try it first.
Yeah, so
State your
Cody
name
Larkin with.
State your name for the record since you're at the mic now.
Yep, Cody Larkin with Zion Shores.
Cody Larkin, okay.
This is basically a sample of what will be going into that evaporation pond. This is what comes out of the TDS system. And I know there's been just a lot of, question about what is it exactly we'd be putting in. And I think sometimes people think there's like sludge or almost looking like sewer or something like that going into this.
Where did this sample come from?
This was prepared by the engineer. So that because I really just wanted to make sure that everybody understood exactly what was going into
I think the word that I remember that's probably of concern to me is brine.
Yeah.
And so I'm confident that the water doesn't smell, but is there brine and does the residue, the byproduct of the reverse osmosis?
It'll smell exactly like this comes out. When you think of brine, you're thinking of a different kind of brine that has more sulfur in it. I think it's like hydrogen sulfate is what they say.
So you're saying, like, on the record, that it doesn't have a strong sulfur,
it does not
brine
have a strong
smell.
sulfur smell at all. This is what it will smell like. It smells like earth. And so
and if
I brought that specifically.
And what happens
so
if I go down, if I have some of our good neighbors that complain about the smell, Cody?
Well, we'll be complaining ourselves because but yeah, we've gone through all the processes with both our engineering firms to make sure that it doesn't. And they both are like, yeah, it does not smell like what you think. You're probably thinking of like hot springs or whatnot. Totally different product.
Okay. I'll believe you, but I'll verify if this is approved, once this
Sounds
is done.
good.
I'll vote for it if you take a drink of it.
Bring it over here. I'll down it. And then someone asked about the water. So, we over-engineered this so that it won't run all the time. We'll run it, even in the hottest times of the year, we'll run it probably 70% of the time or something like that. And it's set up so it doesn't run as we're filling the lagoons. The water, the way that it comes out of the wells, we could use it just like that. The only reason we're running the TDS system to remove this from it is as water evaporates in our lagoons, we don't want those levels to rise. And so we're basically trying to keep it back to those levels that it comes out of the ground. So.
Additional questions for Mr. Larkin? Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks.
So, Council, I'll start the conversation again with another just comment. I am probably not sophisticated enough to make a distinction between a pond and a lake. To me, this does seem like water area, but this is something that I don't vote on, and so that's just something that I'll throw out there. To me, this looks like water area of the entitled 18.7 in the development agreement.
So Mayor, I see what you're saying, but I kind of disagree in the fact that it is a detention. But just on that aspect, it's not really a lake or an amenity. But I can see where I don't know.
Fair enough.
I kind of understood what Brandy was saying, where detention ponds are detention ponds. Now, this isn't a detention pond, but this is part of the lake process, so there's definitely a gray area. I'm gonna say I agree with you, there's a gray area, but I don't know if I fully can say it goes away from their lakes.
Fair enough.
But with that note, I'm against this location. This is the exact reason why I wanted them to come back to the council, is they put it as far away from all the new development, but right next to the existing residents. That's my concern. they want to move it toward their place, I'm 100% on board, but this is why I wanted it back to the council, is because I was afraid they would put it next to all the existing residents. So, and I'm sure they've done, I mean, I read the report, makes sense. Sure seems like a long ways. If it doesn't have a smell, why don't you just put it? So that's just my opinion, but what it's worth.
Can you put a map back up there and kind of point out what's new development, what's existing?
While I was doing that, I was going to say one other thing is that they also promised us landscaping along Fields Road, and it's been over a year and it's still not done. So now they're saying they're going to landscape this, and are they? Or are they just going to tell us and not get it done? That's my two concerns on the project.
I'll highlight the proposed evaporation pond location here to the north. To the south is where the park is, the surf pond park's located.
I'm not seeing it on your thing, Eldon.
Do you want to know where the surf park is located or the evaporation pond?
About both.
I think it's behind the little tab there. It goes away as soon as he,
Okay, so that's the evaporation pond?
Correct,
Okay, the surf park's way down there, right?
correct.
Is there an alternate location?
Brandy.
Brandy again. Me again. Eldon, do you mind putting the PCD up, please? So in picking a location, we went round and round with this. So I know at first glance, you're like, we shoved it out of the way. And I can explain a billion different ways why we have it here. The number one thing to focus on is property ownership. What I mean by that is, this is definitely not the shortest route. We have to pipe a pipe way further here than we looked at sticking it in, quite honestly, the park in Village 5, because that's close. However, it's like looking down on the neighbors, and we promised an amenity. So we scratched that one because we want that. That's a park. That's not open space. So it needs to be usable. Okay, the evaporation pond in our eyes, as much as we're putting walking paths around it, it's not a park. So we looked at moving it down to Village 19. That makes sense. It's close. It's uphill. We'd have to pump. The current location, by putting it down here, it's downhill, so it would not require pumping. But by putting it in 19, the issue we have is property ownership. Right now, the location we've chosen has 0 private easements needed. 0 public, we're not in your PUE. So we have maintained a route that is solidly through common area open space, with the exception of 5 street crossings. Whether we go south, north, east, or west, we're gonna cross public roads. It is what it is. But the route that we're on right here, there's no private ownership. We don't have to go to individuals and put an easement in their yard. We don't have to go to the city and say, hey, can we share space in your PUE? We're solely in the ownership of common area HOAs, and then the detention basins on the north are still owned by the developer. They're in the master HOA. So in the path that we've chosen will forever be in common guarded open space without trying to share space with the public utility or be in a private side yard. To go south to 19 would require us to run in the front yards of a townhouse, lot, and share side with power, or we'd have to try to go on the other side of the street, which is the same issue. We can't be in the PUE, we'd have to be back into somebody's front yard and getting private easements going down. So it makes sense to keep it in a common space corridor that will forever be governed by umbrellas of HOA. Yeah, the longer route is not nice. That area is detention basin, so to try to beautify it was also an incentive.
I understand you're saying it's easier, but I look at it as those aren't current residents.
So I don't
Right.
know if they're here tonight. I know
So they're not current residents that own the property down, right?
the 2 houses at the end of the cul-de-sacs are immediately adjacent to a detention basin
I'm
currently.
not talking the proposed location. I'm saying, bear with me and just 18. You said that was a potential, right?
Yeah, that's commercial
And
space.
your concern was now you're going to have an easement outside of the standard public utility easement to house your 2-inch line, which, because you can't go in the public utility easement, it'd be a private easement.
Correct.
But what's your concern where they're not constructed yet?
So they are constructed.
The roads aren't constructed yet?
They are.
Where?
Water's Edge is built. I'm going to walk away from the mic, sorry. I'm pointing. This is built. This is platted and built. This is vested and built. So to come down here is power. You need to side lot lines of that with power. To come on this side of the street, you have people's front and side yards all the way, what we should do down.
I mean, you guys sold it. Why didn't you think about it when you
I
were?
guess.
It was your development.
So bear with me, though.
Okay.
Councilman Coates, if you don't mind. To say we're impacting existing residents, there's 2 homes at the end of the cul-de-sac that back the existing basin. Can you please help me understand how we're putting it down south impacts less residents? I just don't, I'm not tracking.
So what I'm saying is that you're putting a pond next to all the, and I'm not just considering the 2 homes, I'm talking all, because I don't agree it's not gonna smell, because it's gonna smell. It might be good some days, it might be bad. You're keeping constant water in it, it's gonna smell. Be good or bad, I mean, I've never sat and tried to smell one, so, but I know there'll be some smell. But you're impacting everybody around there, not just those
Eldon,
2
can you
houses.
pull up the image?
And so
Recorder.
what I'm trying to say is, these are all brand-new residents that bought into the development, that knew about this, the surf lake, that agreed to everything that goes with the surf lake. The old residents did not. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Gotcha.
Does that make
Okay,
sense?
yes. If you look at the image, there are houses backed to Washington Fields Road with the detention basin behind them. Our stance is.
I'm not arguing the detention, I'm arguing the evaporation pond.
Okay, I'm tracking. I mean, to say it's not gonna stink and evaporation in a detention basin may or may not stink.
Can I inject a question? Just so we don't get too far down the road from it, is that all right? Okay. The way I understand the science of this, it's not persistent standing water. It's not expected to be standing water. The pond is effectively a high salinity evaporation that will mainly be dry.
Correct.
And it'll only need to be cleaned out several years at a time, not. And so I think the whole scope of saying, if it had a negative impact, then I could see that. But I think for the most part, those minerals that will be dry minerals in the bottom, they won't smell because they're designed not to, because of the system removes solids that make it smell. And those are hauled away. But the way I understand it, it's not persistent standing water. Standing water would be a concern, but I don't think it's designed that way.
Correct. That's why the basin is so large and oversized at an acre-feet. There's a letter from Cloward Engineering signed and stamped by their professional that backs the TDS backwash that's coming out of it. So, I mean, they put their professional licensing on that letter.
Well,
So, I
that's
mean-
fine, they wrote a letter that said they don't think it'll smell, but I just, okay.
We want this to be a longevity thing, and by shoving it down closer, just to be not impacting residents with opinion versus opinion versus opinion, when I don't want to have a home that's gonna have a 2-inch main that they don't know about in 5 years, and they're planting a tree in their front yard because that pipe is sitting 12 feet into their yard.
It's a good argument, and I appreciate that, because there is a good argument in that. I think the thing I'm struggling with a little bit is that it's the development that you're developing around it, right? And you're doing the engineering around all of it. I mean, it's just my opinion, my biggest fear is the smell. I'm not worried about it in someone's yard. Like, do we want it in there? No. You could have chose not to put it in their yard. You could have chose to put it in a corridor that's more an HOA corridor instead of someone's yard and push the lots back to make the line work. There's things you can do to adjust that kind of stuff. So, but to say we couldn't do it is just different, where it's all new development that you guys are doing as the master developer. And I know Zion Shores is just Zion Shores, right? But they bought it from the master developer who knew this was coming in. Their whole development was based on that. I'm just saying there's things you can do to mitigate that if we're that worried about it. I'm just worried about the smell. That's why I asked for it to bring back. This location concerns me because we're literally dealing with other smells in this county or in our city that are causing us headache and problems for our community members. I don't want to be here in 2 years and there's nothing we can do about it. That's what I'm concerned about. And that's why I'm a big advocate. If you buy your house around something and know it's there, then okay, you know the smells, you know it's there. That's all I'm trying to say. But when you go build place right next to a bunch of existing houses that didn't agree to it in their master plan. When they bought their residence, this surf park wasn't there when they bought it.
And I know that the HOA manager has knocked doors to those residents. He reported with me this morning that he talked to those residents.
Did we advertise this meeting to them, or was that not a requirement on
not a
this one?
requirement on this.
Okay, I was just clarifying.
So he's gone to his residents. We've heard, I should not say we, but the HOA and the developer, obviously landscaping is a concern. So we've heard it from the residents. They've had HOA meetings, long HOA meetings about the landscape, about promises made. And so this is one area that they have talked to the neighbors about and have discussed this about. So we hear your point, but we don't necessarily see eye to eye on that.
Excuse me for a sec. Are there residents that live in Stuckey Farms and not Alea? Do you live in Stuckey Farms over here? I see your hand up, sir. Do you live in Stuckey Farms as well? Okay, so you have one individual. Okay, I'll give you a moment in just a minute. Any further questions for Brandy while she's here? This might not be her last time up. Keep your running shoes on.
Who's on the hook for maintenance?
So it'll be an umbrella. So it'll be an umbrella of people. Number one would be Zion Shores, because this would be their extension of their commercial development, so to speak. And then on top of that, because it is running in an HOA corridor, an HOA owned and maintained property, then the master HOA would have jurisdiction over it, as well as all the individual neighborhood HOAs are also under their own
master,
umbrellas
right,
of HOA, yeah.
But where it's in, that's why I was asking, are they financially going to be impacted in any shape or form, or is the financial cost of the maintenance of it?
The maintenance would be on
by
Zion Shores.
Shores?
No, correct,
Solely existing residents?
correct.
Comments, questions for the engineer? Thank you. Sir, come on up. If you'll just state your name and give you a minute or two. If you'll also just state your name and where you live.
Sure, Clayton McDaniel, and I live just to the east of that, so across the road that you would be concerning of. I personally have no concern. When I first heard about it, I was like, smell is my first thought. Engineers, from what I've heard, have deemed that it's not going to smell. So, I mean, I personally have no concern. I'm right across the street from it, so.
Okay.
I just wanted to show support for it. Hopefully all goes well, but.
Thanks, Clayton.
as a resident-
Appreciate being here.
Yep, absolutely.
Council, I'll turn to you for further discussion on this item and/or a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the proposed location for the evaporation pond for conditional use permit C-25-07.
You've heard the motion to approve by Councilman Ivy. Is there a second?
I'm going to shock the applicant and second that one.
Okay. Got a second by Councilman Belliston. I am shocked on so many levels on this one.
Be careful, he hasn't voted yet.
Mayor and council, just whatever motion might materialize, it is currently zoned open space. If you might just consider conditioning that motion with a zone change to true it up to a commercial use instead of open space use.
Can we do that on a zone change, or that we would do that at a future meeting with notice?
This one's just a site plan condition that's out there, and so I think you can. It's also, the site plan was a written agreement. And mostly we just would like a record created that that's an expectation that the staff can.
Can you say it one more time, and I'll ask Councilman Ivy to consider amending his motion?
The motion would just have a condition that if approved, that they would then bring a zone change application, an open space zone to a commercial, the appropriate commercial zone.
Mayor, I'd like to amend my motion.
Go ahead.
To do exactly what the council has just said.
Okay, you've heard Councilman Ivy's very well said amended the motion. Councilman Bellison, do we still have a second on this? Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. We'll begin voting.
Question. Just one question.
Okay.
Is to Eldon. Is there a requirement for so many acres of open space per the development agreement? And if so, are they making it up somewhere else if they change this to a commercial application?
So when we have met with them in staff meetings, we have told them that that would be expected, that if they convert this open space to a commercial, which, and that we would expect them to replenish those acreages somewhere else.
Not take away from the commercial areas. You wouldn't take any other commercial areas away.
In theory, if this motion's approved, they would be approved to expand their commercial allocation a little bit, but we wouldn't make them remove commercial from other places and replenish.
Council staff is nicer than I am with commercial than I would have been with water, but nonetheless, we have motion to approve. Let's vote on this. Motion to approve will begin with Councilmember Coates.
Nay.
Henderson.
Aye.
Pelliston.
Aye.
Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye, lad.
That conditional use permit is approved on a vote of 4-1. Thank you. We'll move on to item 8, ordinances.
Did you get your water back?
Hey, Mr. Locker, are you going to show us that let's see you take a drink of it. Well, Thad's drinking worse. I mean.
It's just inorganic
Okay.
salt.
All right. Good luck to you guys. We're on to section 8 in the agenda, which is ordinances. I will make note that the public hearings for items 8A, 8B, and 8C occurred at the Planning Commission level. I will also make note that this council has seen the public comment and recognize that some who made public comment are also here this evening. Item 8A is consideration to approve an ordinance for zone change Z-25-24 from A20 to PUDC located at Washington Fields Road and George Washington Boulevard. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb will present to the council. Mr. Gibb.
This particular location has a general plan land use designation of community commercial, which allows for administrative professional, C1, C2, and PUDC zoning designations. The surrounding zoning is Ag 20 to the north, RA1 and PUDR to the east, Agricultural 20 to the south, and PUDC to the west. Each request is for the purpose of developing the site into a commercial development, and the applicant will be required and fully understands that they will need to bring the specific site design plan back to city for approval prior to any work beginning on the project. The proposal is seeking approval to identify ingress, egress to the site and obtain an approved use list. Pull up this exhibit here, you can see the requested ingress, egress, which staff has reviewed, meets the access management plan here. Planning Commission reviewed this request on January 7th and made a recommendation to approve Z-25-24 with the added condition that the developer to coordinate shared access with the landowner to the north, along with proposed use list to be modified as such, which we can dig into at this time. Here's the proposed use list. And Mayor, I was just going to go line by line, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Line number 1 is administrative, executive, professional, medical, and research offices, asking for that to be a permitted use. Line 2 is banking and other financial institutions. Line 3 is automobile car wash, not to exceed 4 bays. Line number 4, automobile service stations excluding major repair work such as engine or transmission, rebuilding, body and collision repair, frame and heavy duty trucks.
Eldon, does that include tire shops?
Seems like it would include tire shops.
It just doesn't specifically say it. It's not allowable, excluding. But that, I'd say that they are wanting it because automobile services would be services. I mean, otherwise you'd say excluding all automobiles. Just would like clarification.
Yeah, this came from, if you look at the zone which each use is approved in the city, this came from a C1.
I do too. I think.
I would be a little hesitant to have a tire shop right there. So, I mean, I would maybe recommend excluding tire, I mean. Not really picture right there.
It's like, for the specific comments, I think we should begin, and if something is vague, let's.
Should we do that while you're going through this list? Or do you want us to hold that comment until after the list?
I think
is read
now is a
through?
great time, Councilwoman. Now is the time to do it, and I'm sure somebody's keeping note.
Okay.
Please chirp in when needed.
Okay.
Or automobile service stations, excluding major repair work such as engine or transmission rebuilding, body and collision repair, frame and heavy duty truck. I've made it the note to exclude tire shops there. Line number 5, child daycare or preschool center which meets all state and local regulations.
I feel like we should exclude that as well.
You don't want childcare there?
Daycare?
No, because I feel like if we have limited commercial areas, and if you look at some of the areas that have a grocery store as an anchor, it's recently in neighboring cities, there's an anchor, and then you can have really nice shops and restaurants and.
Know where Bahama Bucks is?
I'm just saying it doesn't bring any sales tax to Washington City, so I feel like
But
there's.
Short of residential, like if you take care of your house, that is a commercial use. If you run the daycare on Telegraph, Trailhead, that's commercial zone. Want a commercial zone.
Thing is, if they want to do a daycare, they can bring it back and show like the design and everything when they come back later too. It's not like it has to be a permitted use now. They can bring it back.
Part of the
Well, this is just one more step of the process as far as I understand. Like they can, from my understanding, they can, when they bring back the PUD, they can show that they want to maybe do the preschool at a later time.
This is the problem we have with the way our code's set up. The PUD is intended to show us what you're doing and go do it, not, it's hard, right, to go back and forth. I understand they want to get their what's permitted so then they can say, okay, then they can go build it. Like I don't like this. Most cities don't allow an additional step. It's just give us your PUD and you go do it. And this is where we get into this tough part. We're trying to figure out the stuff, not knowing what we're looking at. Well, I struggle with it, but it's our own code. This is how it's written. So we have to try to narrow down the things that we think will work in there, but also they have things they think they'll work. So I am shocked you don't want a childcare because I've seen them be successful. I mean, my office I'm in has a childcare, and I'm like, at first I'm like, oh, this isn't cool, but it's been kind of okay, and I've seen the other ones. So, but I don't know. But that's just a little experience I have with it.
I think the concern, and I don't want to speak for you, Councilwoman Casperson, is to see more sales tax, and that's not a sales tax producing. You're exactly right. For instance, if you get to some of these others, you've got, a hospital, and it's hard to say that's a permitted use when we can't see what that looks like. Is that going to take the entire 20 acres, or are you? So My recommendation would be if you can't see it, eliminate it. They can always bring it back when they bring the full PUD and ask for it, right? It doesn't mean that they can't. It's not automatically approved.
No, but, so let me just ask you this then. But then I thought if they come back with a PUD and we're like, well, it's not a permitted use.
You can make it a permitted use when they come back for the entire, because you can see it.
Why are we approving any of this? Because they should just bring back their plan.
Because your code allows for it. I don't disagree with you, but the code allows for it. And for some reason, the applicants like to do it because they want to know that.
To us and say, well, I have it permitted and you approved it, right?
Exactly. If you have a concern with it, easier at this point to eliminate it from the list rather than.
And then Rusty, if you'll just come in the like on deck circle in case we need you to pinch hit on or add some insight, if you'll just come up to the front row, please.
Can I?
Get a few swings in, loosen up, just in case we need your insight on this. Councilman Bellison.
I mean, if sales tax is the argument, then that means we got to cut out the yoga shop, that couldn't go in there, anything that's not retail sales doesn't.
Well, from the planning commission, it seems like the grocery store it seems like they wanted to have, as part of the process, to have a permitted use for their grocery store. That's what.
They want to make sure they get, look, the reason why it was broken up, and Councilman Coates' concerned that I want to see the whole PUD, right? But the problem from the development side is you got to know that you're going to be able to take it in the direction you want to take it before you spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in all of the design, right? Or they can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and come in before this body and say, hey, we hope that we can build this, You need to give them some assurance that they can, and their money's not being spent in vain or. I honestly, in my mind, back to the tire store thing, that to me is not heavy or major repair work. I can see it, CMT tire, because that is a commercial big truck tire place. But in my mind, discount tire is not a heavy.
Why would we, so if this is general plan community commercial, which has C1, C2, and AP uses, why are we looking to cut any of these out at this point? The general
Because
plan.
if we approve it, then they're permitted to do this and say, well, I got approval to do all this. I can do anything I want.
It's our code.
But it's consistent, those zones are all consistent with I get what you're saying. Ideally, when they're asking for a PUDC zoning, we know what those are. But in theory, they could come and ask for any of these C1, C2, or AP uses. And a lot of them are just permitted, some conditionally permitted.
They can ask for them, but I feel like with us giving a list that we approve, gives them the entitlement to now they can do these no matter what. If they just bring the plan, they're not entitled to do anything until the plan's approved.
So I see Ian Lang here. Usually I just see him at Chick-fil-A in Centerville. That was a while ago, I think. Are you Ian or no? I'm Matt. So got the wrong name, but didn't get the wrong face or location. Matt, if you'll just come up too, I think that you as the applicant should be involved in having some feedback as we go through this
One
list.
comment, Mayor, before you start.
If you'll just stay right there, and then Councilman Ivy's got a comment.
I would assume that the applicant just pulled all these out to try to get some direction and an idea of what the council's temperature is on them. I think there's some obviously that they wouldn't build even if they had the entitlement, but I agree. I would love to have a little cleaner system here because it's hard to sit here right now and give approvals without having the rest of the information. So I do totally agree.
The last one was on the property just directly to the west on that corner when Representative Walter was the realtor on it. And it's kind of a messy process to go through and try to say what would be permitted, what wouldn't be permitted. Matt, will you come up and just talk to us about what you want to do with the property? Help us find a way to, if we're just wasting our time on uses of what might be, what do you want to do with the property?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, and thank you for your time.
And sorry for calling you Ian.
Right, Ian's a great guy. I'm happy.
But
to
I did
take
get
on
2
Ian's.
out of 3. Centerville,
Ian,
Chick-fil-A, right?
Ian is listening right now, so he's
Okay.
somewhere smiling. Yeah, so Matt Nielsen with Evergreen Development. We're really excited about this project. We bought the property about a year ago, and we're grateful for city staff and for all of you, because I mean, to get to this point takes hours and hours, so thank you for getting it to this point. Our intent is to do a grocery anchor development. We're working with a couple different grocers, but one in particular that will take up about a third of the property. So the building and parking and gas station for that grocery store will take up about 1/3 of the property. So what we're looking to do for the rest of the property is all the uses that would be consistent with a neighborhood grocery center. So to your point, I mean, there's certain uses on here, right, that we discussed at length with Planning Commission that we're not intending or trying to do. You know, storage units is one of them. That's not something that we're concerned about, that we're asking for. We took all the language of all the uses from C1, C2, and that was city code to add them on here. And there are uses that we care about because we think they'd be a great benefit to the community and to the development, but there are certain uses that we don't. Hospital being one of them. Hospital is very vague and it's big. Specifically regarding hospital, there is certain uses that we would want to push for. You know, there's small format clinics and doctor's offices, and there's some standalone small Instacares right now that are, you know, not bigger than a few thousand square feet that we think would work well in the community. But we want to work with staff. We want to work with members of the community. We've met with neighbors. We want to work with you to give a development that the city of Washington can be proud of. And we're happy to go through these uses and kind of.
Why don't you stay here as we go through the uses, and if there's a case that you want to push back on, let us know.
Perfect.
So are you okay? We're at 5, childcare, daycare.
Yeah, I see what you're saying about the childcare not being a tax revenue source. Our intent, if we were to do a childcare, there are some of these national childcare brands that come in and do a really nice looking product that you know, have the outdoor play yard, that have a really nice looking building. We would like to market to those type of users to take up a small portion of the property. I don't know if they're interested in this area. We've not gotten to that point yet, but that would be a use that we would want to see on the property. And then backing up to automobile, I agree, tire shops is a use that we would want to see on the property. And our hope would be that it would be a permitted use, but then we would come back with a site plan and elevations to show that we're not trying to put the tire shop, you know, right up against someone's garage, or that, you know, that we can put it in a spot that makes sense for the development and for the community.
I see auto service stations like a lube oil filter and a tire shop. But I
Correct,
think you
yeah.
get too much more than that. I think
Yeah.
that's where it's excluding major repair work.
Yeah, and we're not interested. I mean, we want a development that's going to be successful for the community and for us as well, right? So we're not interested in putting a large scale automotive repair that's doing major engine work that's going to ruin the aesthetic or the feel of our commercial grocery anchor shopping center.
Councilman Henderson, I can tell you've got something.
I was just going to ask, maybe I'm misunderstanding, but if we entitled the problem I see with tire stores is the impact wrenches are a sound nuisance if they're close to houses. And so if we entitle the entire property for a tire store, then potentially a tire store could end up right by some homes, right? And so I would suggest we pull the tire store out today. Want to come back later and a tire store out on the corner
Showing
somewhere,
where it is.
then maybe that's acceptable to us.
So my understanding, I'm learning this process as well, so please help me understand if I'm off base here. My understanding with this PUD is if the use is approved, we still are required to come back to go over specific site plan, design elements, elevations. And so if there is concerns, it seems like that would be the time to address that so that we can go out and market and see what the market demands. And then at that next stage, there can be concerns voiced over, you know, location or size or whatever it is. Am I understanding that the process
So I mean,
correctly?
if that's, you know, if that's right, Eldon, I mean, is that right? Because, I mean, my understanding is it's looking like it's entitled for the whole entire property if we pass that tonight.
Great questions. There's truth to both of those statements. It's a two-step process. You know, if tire shops were to be a permitted use, they would then go advertise, but yet they would then be required to show on the site where it's located to buffer noise, which we as a city would be heavily involved with and influence the location and thumb down with that.
So that's fine then.
So your use, you couldn't deny it for the use because you'd already approved the use, but you could deny it for other reasons like location,
Isn't it better to just exclude it now until we see a plan?
or you could do what Councilman Coates recommends, which is exclude it. And, but that's point, it's hard to market it if it's been an excluded use. So this is why this process is so wonky.
Doesn't mean it's fully entitled. The next phase comes in with the plans.
I know, but but then you have to put a tire shop there no matter what. It's just where it gets located because it's been entitled, right?
You can't just deny it for the use.
You can't say, well, we don't want a tire shop there because it's been entitled with the
You
process.
can say
to
there,
get-
but not there.
Yeah, you can move it.
In the 20, how many acres? 20 acres?
Yeah, 19 acres.
I'm just an example, right? Like that.
I get it. The only uses, as I look through this whole list, that give me pause is, RV sales and storage units. Other than that, they all seem pretty consistent with, normal commercial activities.
I don't disagree with you. I just don't want to hear the wrenches.
The other one I have a little issue with, I like all the changes that the planning commission did. I'm just fine with all those. I think those are good. The other one that I'm concerned about is 22, retail and or wholesale sale and or rental of goods, merchandise, and equipment. I would hate to see an Ahern rental, equipment rental or something, they all have their Skyjacks 100 feet in the air and they're advertising. I would hate to see something like that
Could
there.
you drop it down, Eldon, just so I can see
So-
line 22?
Councilman Henderson, it gives examples. Art shop, bank, beauty shop, whatever. It's goods where they roll out on carts onto their front display. If you go by Adrian's, they got carts of suits that are out front that
Yeah.
roll out every day and they roll back in. That's kind of.
And that's fine, but it also would include Ahern Rentals as well, because it says it right there. Retail and or wholesale rental of goods, merchandise, and equipment, which means,
I'm pretty sure the grocer flip a gasket if you parked on.
I'm sure he would too,
Yeah,
but
correct.
we still, we're giving entitlements today, so we still have to kind of look forward and
And I think you do, because store is just one of the entitled uses. So if you entitle that and then I trust you completely, but you come back and say, I can't get a grocer, but I can now get an Ahern, right? So we have to, that's what they intend to do today, but once you approve those uses, that can always change because we don't have the full plan yet.
And if there's issues on that particularly, I'm fine adding in language to line 22 that limits, large automobile rental equipment, things like that, because that's not our intent, like you said, but, yeah, so I'm okay with that as well.
The planning commission excluded some items out of line 22, I believe.
They did laundry, yes.
Just laundry?
Correct, yeah.
Can you just, for the record, Eldon, just remind us of the planning commission's recommended exclusions?
I hate to skip over something. Do you care if I start?
Just go over there, then come back. Can you just tell us what the planning commission excluded?
You betcha. Line 15, scratched. Cleaning, laundry, and repair services.
Okay.
Line 18. Added clinic, so it'd be a hospital/clinic.
They excluded
Added to
to permit
of,
a clinic.
So it's
It's
a,
not
But would you get rid of hospital? Like it's written hospital/clinic, but wouldn't we just want to get rid of a hospital and just do clinic? Because you wouldn't want to do a big hospital, correct?
Right. My understanding from planning commission is that we were limiting hospital, but allowing for, clinics,
clinic.
small scale,
Okay.
Smaller. And I'm not exactly sure what falls under clinic, but, things like a doctor's office, a clinic.
Like the
small
One Health
scale-
clinic being, it started going vertical today.
Did it?
Like a medical clinic.
Medical clinic, yeah, correct.
Keep going, Eldon.
proper term there is hospital-clinic. Just
Okay.
line 19, propose to remove that line, all of those uses, hotel or motel.
Okay.
And 21, is to remove the entire use list, motor vehicle, trailer, camper, and recreational vehicle sales agency. Line 22, to remove laundry from that list. And line 24, remove storage units from it.
Define laundry. Well, I mean, I take my stuff to lead cleaners. It's not, they don't do the cleaning there. They don't do the dry cleaning there. It's a clean operation. I walk in, I walk out. It's, you know, it's not a coin op. So define laundry. I mean, I don't think that's an offensive use. Hairs on some of this stuff, because when you're doing a nice development, you're not chasing garbage products. It's going to be
I agree with you saying it's going to be a nice development, but how do we know? We don't have anything in front of us. That's the thing that I'm struggling with.
And you still got to let them know that they can charge forward and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars in planning, that they have some ability to design that.
But I think what we're trying to say is,
Otherwise, if I was, I'd say, just come in as a C2, let's approve it and go, then we don't have to have this conversation, because it's allowable in our code.
I understand what you're saying. I think at least for me, it's, let's hold back a little until we see the plan. That's all I'm saying. Don't just blanket give it C2. We might, like you said.
The whole thing, strike this whole part of the exhibit, get the zoning where he needs, and have him resubmit it with the rest of it.
That's what we did on the southwest corner. They didn't propose anything. On the Andrus piece, there's nothing approved there.
Why are we having this? Because we're doing PUDC, that's neighborhood commercial C1.
All right, Rusty, you're up to bat.
You know, I need to take some responsibility for this. So my understanding here, I've been advising the client as far as process. They do have the option to ask for straight zoning, which would be easier for them because they could market. They do intend to build a grocery anchor commercial center. It's all commercial. And we understand that that's what it's general plan for, and that's what the council wanted. And with the Andrus piece, they did want to get some certain uses locked in. And so after having some discussion, it seems like we're kind of stuck between, and it's kind of our process, but we're stuck between wanting to have a really nice design and have that looked at and not just go straight zoning, but also they need to market and they need to be able to know what uses are available. So rather than them choose, you know, everything that they necessarily intend to, I had advised them to go through AP, C1, and C2 and list all the uses, all possible uses. So they don't intend to put, I know it was said, I didn't attend the Planning Commission meeting, but I did watch it afterwards. And they, you know, some of the planning commissioners, the phrase, it seems like you're throwing the kitchen sink at it came up. And there was kind of this mystery of what is it, you know, and that wasn't the intent behind it. The intent was, quite frankly, everything is needed in this area. And they understand that the council represents the community. And so I had advised them to go through AP, C1, C2 of all possible uses that would work as far as what's driven by the market, and then let this council as representatives of the city say which things would be appropriate and which wouldn't, because this area has traditionally been difficult for commercial, but it's been general plan for commercial. We have Long Valley Trails building that will connect through, and right now they're hopping on 7 and they're going down to 2, or they're going to other outside of our city limits. And so these amenities, goods, services
We did the same
are needed.
thing on this with the snow piece.
We did.
But the snow piece, we did it. It was messy, like we said, right? Like, we didn't like the process, but they came back with a plan, right?
Well, and like Rusty says.
Not
then-
initially. They
well,
came up with
eventually we got a
uses.
good design. What we got is a great design, although nothing's built yet. But it's a great design.
Well, I can tell you that when we did the zone change on Nice and Field, had we gone through and tried to exclude this and that and the other, Whammers wouldn't exist today, because it would have been cut right out. Well, we don't want that there. But, you know, through the PUD, you know, they were able to design it with the pumps on the opposite side of the building from the homes and move some things around, so it mitigated those concerns and those issues. But, you know, you gotta allow the developer some ability to go into a project and get the right.
Let's try to move it forward then. So
I agree with him that we should allow the developer, but then Okay, it's PUD commercial. Give us your plan. Go figure out what works and bring it to us and see if it works.
But, yeah, Councilman Ivan, jump in.
Mayor, I totally understand, agree with what you're saying. There's a lot to bite off here. What I would suggest, as much as I don't like tabling, I would think that I would feel much more comfortable with having the applicant go back and refine this list to things that are actual uses that you're going to consider, with even maybe some just rudimentary layouts of what it would look like. Because this is really a lot for a council to try to decipher, because not only we have to consider whether it's going to work there, but how it affects neighbors and all those things. And like I said, I don't like tabling, but I'm not real comfortable trying to.
What if we try this? What if we try to get through the list, keep a table in a back pocket, try to get through a list? Matt, you and Ian know that if it's a no, it's probably a no, but if you could make a case on the way back for it, that it's not definitely a no. So what I'm hearing now is on line 4, no tire shops. Line 5, are we still against childcare daycare? Where are we on that one?
I have no problems with childcare in a project like that. It's actually appropriate place. Other developments that I've seen and been around.
I don't have a problem with childcare.
I don't either.
Okay, 6 coffee shops. Okay.
Do they sell soda in that coffee shop?
I was thinking about that today. I think
Because my wife will be really mad if she
it's
can't
the
buy
soda and the coffee, that's where the cultures collide.
Be good.
I think it's got to be one or the other, but I don't know.
Yeah, so no soda shops are allowed, because you didn't put soda on here.
It's not allowed, sorry, guys. The regulars.
No Coke, like a half a mile from your house, Councilman.
Good Coke.
7, commercial recreation entertainment facilities. Any concern there?
Just gyms, right? Cooler gym.
Eldon?
Notation, if you read on, Mayor, on number line 7, not to include
Yes.
certain businesses.
We're good there? Are you getting this, Eldon?
Yes, sir.
8, any personal instruction, yoga, Pilates. Private schools? No problem? Reception centers, wedding chapels? Restaurants is 11, 12, 13. Bar establishments, 14.
Back with it. Process, so.
I'd say remove that myself because of the long process, and it seems like a lot of people were not too fond of the process of the bar establishment
But I say,
relay zone.
I say leave it because they have to go through that process anyways. And if you want a restaurant with a bar in it, I don't want to exclude it, a restaurant.
This is just a standalone bar.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is remove it, I guess. 15, that was,
Yeah, we would, please. I was going to say, we'd ask for laundry to be put back in. I think during planning commission, they were worried about the environmental impacts, but there is a difference between dry cleaning and laundry and what's being cleaned on-site or off-site. Even if it was dry cleaning, it'd have to conform to all state regulations on dry cleaning, and so we'd ask for laundry to be put back on there.
any concerns with laundry back in?
I don't have a problem.
This side?
Laundry was removed, 15 was removed, but we're thinking of putting it back in, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Any concerns, Councilman? And then 16 or 17, any concerns there? Planning Commission didn't have concerns.
The only thing that on 17 would be overnight care.
That's a little.
I don't suppose you're gonna have
We're not intending to
cattle
care
and
for any
horses there
large
for
cattle or
treatment.
horses.
So remove line 17.
We just sent them next door.
We haven't explored hospital or veterinarian clinics. I would say if it was up to me, striking overnight care of large animals, in case there is a vet of dogs, cats, birds, whatever.
Veterinarian would be great right there for small
Yeah,
animals.
so we would say keep veterinarian, I'm talking me.
Strike overnight care of large animals.
Yep.
animals, yeah.
And then you're comfortable just that the hospital clinic rather than hospital? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and I'm not sure how it would be defined, but our main
Medical
goal is
clinic?
just to get, the small format,
Okay.
Instacare clinic, that sort of thing.
And then 19 hotel motel was removed, 20 mobile food vendors left in, 21, 22, and 24 were removed.
22, it's just to exclude equipment dealers or equipment.
Rental, yeah.
Oh, like an Ahern or a Beehive or something. I mean, that's,
So to clarify, 21 was removed, 22 was added to, and then 24 was removed, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Was that is that
Oh,
what?
we just approved a liquor store, or you want a liquor store there?
This is, I learned this last time, and I'd love to have you jump in. I didn't know this last time. The city attorney was mentioning that whether it's approved or not, that the state has the ability to come in and supersede zoning laws. We haven't talked to the state liquor store, to be clear, but I didn't know that, and I learned that last time.
Sorry.
I think that's kind of why anyways, because it.
All right, I forgot that. You're right. Asking the question, is there plans to put one on there?
We haven't talked to them, or we've had no communication with them.
So we got through the list. I didn't make a good notes. I can't even read my own notes as a list. That's the problem. It's on the
I
record.
saw Eldon writing furiously, so I think Eldon.
So council, I'm sorry if I pushed on this just to get it moving along here. I'm going to turn to you for further discussion on any uses or limitations on this, and then somebody can try to take a stab at a motion on this one.
Are we moving on to exhibits, or we're just, of the site? Because I have some concerns on that, but as far as, unless you have any objections.
I think we should finish up the conversation on uses before we go to site. Did we finish the use conversation?
If someone has,
I felt-
someone has a written.
I felt bad that I pressed the use conversation.
But if someone has the uses list written down, I don't.
Did you get it,
Everything
Alden?
we
I mean,
You can always go back and watch it too, so we can get it correct.
Is it clear?
All right, site plan, Eldon, if you'll carry on.
here's the proposed site plan. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen is Washington Fields Road. To the north, the top of the screen there, access number 1 is a proposed full movement access there.
Line up with the development that was approved on the west.
That's right at the, sorry, what was your question, Councilman?
Matt, if it lines up with the access that was approved to the west.
I don't believe it's been correlated with that one to the west. There's also a pre-existing driveway slightly to the north on the state.
I got a head shake from John that they do correlate.
I was gonna say, we did try to coordinate
Be
those.
sure they're not
Yeah.
off if we're doing a full movement, so.
John.
The other detail I wanted to address is Staley Farm does claim a driveway just to the north of that boundary, and there may need to be some correlation between both sides of the property lines access there.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I've looked at the other one, but I do know the other one across the street, the right in, right out, we do have lined. I don't believe there was another entrance point further to the north, but the right in, right out, that's our intent, is to make sure that those two are lined up across.
So access 2 lines?
So the right in, right out, yeah, access 2, that's intended to line up with the one for the snow property. I don't believe that there was a full movement access on the snow property up there to the north.
They only had a right in, right out.
John, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Mill Real and Washington Fields Road, what's the distance between access per our access management plan?
Okay, so Washington Fields Road, it's 660 for full movement and 330 for right in, right out.
One in the middle, right in, right out, but no, it says full motion, right?
No,
Oh, it's right.
right in, right
It's,
out, correct.
it's
Well, my
over six.
concern, my concern with the two full motion ones is they're right on the edge of that property,
Which ones are we talking about? Sorry.
the two ones on the north. The one on Camino Real and
Correct.
Washington Fields Road,
Uh-huh.
right? Currently, the property to the north, you know, if you say that, well, now we're not gonna allow access, then there's a problem, because they still have to maintain access in and out of their property, right? So.
Now, yes, when the Staley farm property was brought in for the ag tourism zoning and stuff. That was one of the items that I brought up was we'll need to work with the Staley family and stuff on working through all the access points along there. So this north one that we're talking about on Fields Road, yes, we want to work together with everybody, because at one time it was wanted to be shifted off of the property line. Then we now look at trying to move it onto the property line so that we maintain access.
There's a separate access further up where they access, into the farm area, but then that property right there, it's directly north. They have an access that you can see what they've been using, but you can't say, well, not 660 feet, or you only have a right in, right out. They still have to have full access or full motion access.
Not necessarily. I mean, we work with the entire property to try and align as accesses, and we work with them as best we can to make things work in congruence with our access management.
So then why don't we make a joint access on the property line?
That's one of the items that I believe they're working with the Staley family to realign that, because there's been discussion back and forth as to whether they want that one off of Fields Road to be on property line or just slightly off. Or
That's fine. It just shows right here that the full motion's entirely on your property. The problem with that is now you've got a situation where you've landlocked the neighbor, and I don't want to see that happen.
And I think on planning commission's recommendation, the language in there says that the full movement, shared access to be coordinated between us and the property owners to the north. And I've had conversations with Sherry, and we are willing to work with them and figure out how we make that work. Because, we want to be good neighbors on this. We don't want to have to shut off their access point. I mean,
I don't want to suggest you're not being good neighbors or anything like that. I just want to make sure that that's, in the record. And certainly at the next level, when you come in with your design, we'll expect to see how that's going to work, right?
Yeah, and I want, council, these likely will shift slightly, but they'll stay within our access management. If like the right in, right out on Fields Road, to make sure that we're aligned straight across, it may shift 10, 15 feet and stuff, but we'll make sure that those line up and we stay within our access management.
Okay.
But you'll see that when the bigger plan comes through of exactly where they'll be.
All right, I mean, I understand. Sometimes your access management plan says it's a certain footage or this or that, but I don't want a plan to preempt somebody's ability to get in and out of their property.
Yep, totally understand. Yep. And then you said the one on Camino, did you?
Well, that's the one on Camino is basically shown as the same, just barely below that property line too. So, I mean, you've got two axes out, right?
Yeah.
That one lines up with the street across the street, right? And there's house all the way down
So
to that
that's the
property line.
intent with the ones on Camino, is to line up with the existing roads across, which so you got Roadrunner and that other access point there.
So what you're saying is that next one to the north would be where the access is for
Roadrunner Drive.
Off of Camino.
Correct. Since we already have an intersection established there, that would be where the access point would be.
Private lots.
Yeah.
So that's not even an issue anyway. So you're coming around the back, private lots, and, okay, well, I guess your Camino Real might need your access there if there's some cross-access agreement to that property in the north behind the lots. Does that make sense?
Which property? No, I didn't follow that last statement.
Oh, this.
We need a laser pointer in here.
Because we've got this access coming in right here, right? But then I'm wondering if there could be,
I think that's all one. That's all one lot part of Staley Farm.
So this is an old. There's a house there now, so.
There's a house on this lot right there.
Yeah.
On the south side.
Yeah.
Any other conversation on the site plan or access to the site? Any other discussion or questions for the applicant?
Is there anything you want to let us know or?
No, I think
throw
you
in?
covered it all. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for your time. It's always a great discussion, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Mayor, if there's people here in the audience who came for this line item, do you think you would let them have opportunity to speak?
Absolutely. So we did hear the public comment at the Planning Commission. So if there was something that wasn't said there or additional information that you think we should have, I'm happy to open it up for some brief comment. If somebody's here for this particular item. Come on forward. It sounds like you drew the short end of the short straw there. If you'll just state your name and.
My name's David Hilliard, and I live on Roadrunner Drive.
Welcome, David.
Thank you. A couple of things I mentioned to the Planning Commission as far as site. Of course, well, let's see over here, maybe I can point it out. You have Camino Real here, and what a main access here to the property and above. Well, I'll tell you, this road to the last house is on this road is right at Camino Real, just the other side of it. And Camino Real.
Come into the mic. We'll get you on the record there.
Camino Real is a highway right now. I mean, there are more cars going up and down, no speed limit controls. It's a mess.
You hearing
Now, if
this,
you put
Lieutenant Claus?
If you put two entrances.
There will be speed
Yeah.
control there by tomorrow morning.
But if you put two new entrances on Camino Real, it's going to cause a lot more traffic. And you'll also need a light where Camino Real and Washington Fields Road connect at that corner, because the traffic coming down from Highway 7 is supposed to be 40 miles an hour. Nobody does 40 miles an hour there. And so you're creating a problem here just with people getting around, and it's just going to be a mess for traffic. That's all I can say.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd add?
Well, yeah, on some of the things that they planned, for the project, you've talked about a lot of them, but I think, my feeling was going to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission should have had them come in and lay out their plan. We don't know how high the buildings are going to be that they plan. We don't know anything about that.
And that was kind of the debate amongst the council here on this process. So we will see that at their next application.
Yeah.
And that's when I'm confident this council will vet all of those parameters. And the advantage of them doing this planned unit development commercial this way rather than just straight zoning is that does give the council a lot more input and flexibility on making it attractive, the elevations, the look, the feel, addressing some of those soft elements that wouldn't be addressed on just straight zoning. So it can be a little messy, but we're going to get there.
It's just like a car wash. We have so many car washes in town. We don't need another car wash.
Do you agree with everyone sitting up here?
Yeah. I mean, we don't need another one. Okay, I made my comments.
Thank you. And then we know you, but for the record, if you just state your name again.
Britt Nichols, I live on Roadrunner as well.
Good to see you, Britt.
One of the things perhaps the council needs to consider is El Camino is used by a lot of children. And I'm on that road almost every day. And I'm sorry, these kids on their scooters, their electric motorbikes, their e-bikes are blasting up and down this street, not looking. When we drive on that road, we slow down and we're just paranoid because they're crossing roads, they're not looking. It's also heavily used by children going to school. And so we have to consider that any egress that is going on El Camino is going to add to that problem. We've already had a real tragic accident up on Majestic. I would hate for us to have one in our neighborhood as well. So that's
Yeah.
something we need to consider in this regard.
Thank you, Britt. And I'll just let you know as you're walking back to your seat that those electric scooters and motorbikes they are something that this council has taken very seriously. We've had in-depth conversation with staff and our PD. We're doing our best to educate the parents of those riders and just help them do those in the right places and at the right speed. It's a new element that's really challenging, and we have seen some tragedies. I'll take one or two more if anybody else wants to speak to this just briefly, if there's anything new or additional that should be added. Seeing none, I'll turn back to the council.
I'm ready for a motion.
Ready for motion?
Before you do that, can I just ask something really quickly?
Yeah.
The access number 5, is that something that is required, or is that something that you could?
John, it sounds like you got a little too comfortable back there. Can you address Councilwoman Casperson's comment about number 5? And then I kind of did go back through the list if anybody cares, or if anybody's want to make a motion unless you got it. I got it on the back of an envelope here. It's all I could find to write on.
Access point 5 is one that they had requested. It does meet our access management.
It does or does not?
It does meet our access management for the road classification on Camino Real. And again, we've lined it up with the Roadrunner across the way since it's already a platted street and an intersection there, so.
I just wondering if, like with, based upon the comments, if you could have more of the traffic be, closer to George Washington and not have it be close, to all the residents, if that could make any difference, not to have the traffic go, back closer to all the residents there, but.
Yeah, I mean, based upon, what they're talking, if it's a large grocer and stuff, you're probably trying to squeeze in between those two access points. So trying to put one in between those probably wouldn't work. And then the only one that would, is the existing one down there, access 4, since it's right across from an existing intersection and stuff as well, so.
So you would need to have 5. You couldn't just do 4.
You could do 4. I mean, ultimately it's your decision. Our deal is we're just simply looking at existing access points and whether it meets access management. I would defer to the council and the developer if it's an access point that they truly need and want.
If it meets our access management, I don't know how we can tell them they can't have it.
Well, I'm just asking because it's closer to, more residents over there. Just trying to keep more traffic on George Washington Boulevard and where it's busier, not into residential areas.
No, I agree with what you're asking. I'm just saying if they meet access, dictate if they can put it there or not.
Yeah, it is tough for staff to deny it if it does meet our access management. The other thing with us looking at Camino Real and those access points is it helps alleviate traffic from that neighborhood back there, having to get down all the way to George Washington Boulevard or whatever to access to get back into the property. We don't want to be pushing additional traffic that would, frequent this, getting them down onto George Washington Boulevard. We would much rather prefer that neighborhood would be using the Camino Real access points. So it just would hamper traffic movements back out on George Washington with that one access point
John,
there.
do we require a right turn lane on any of these like we have on some?
We may very well, until we get a little bit further in and start seeing traffic. But we could see a right-hand
their
turn
site
lane, probably
plan.
there on the George Washington one we could.
I'm just saying, like, that's some of the problems we see on some of these, on Fields Road and George Washington, is there's nowhere to turn.
Right.
So those accesses might require it.
We may end up with.
Isn't it per our code that it is required on Washington Fields Road?
I don't believe so. I'd have to go in and take a look, but I don't believe that there's requirement based on traffic counts.
I thought it was.
Councilman Coast, this isn't showing the design, this is just showing the locations of where they want full motion.
Yeah, that's a good comment. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, the design will come back and.
Yeah, and I'm not saying put that in here today. I'm just bringing it up to John that I think that we've done it in the past on other commercial developments along Fields Road. I'd never George Washington, but.
Yeah, and as part of this project, they'll be building all these out. So you have George Washington will be a 5-lane. Obviously, Washington Fields 5-lane as well, so.
Thanks, John.
Sure, thank you.
Don't get too comfortable. Matt, did you have anything else to add? Otherwise, I think Councilman Bellis is about ready for a motion.
Yeah, I think we're ready. I'm sorry, we're taking up so much time. I was just gonna.
We want to get this right. and
Yeah, I was just
we're-
going to remind we are doing substantial improvements to all three of the roads, where the roads will be widened, sidewalks will be in, landscaping. There's the trail system that will go along George Washington. So there will be part of the concern about traffic on Camino Real and kids walking. Today there's no sidewalk, and we will be obviously putting in sidewalks and things like that per city code. And Access 5 was particularly important for us with how grocery, and you'll see the site plan when we bring it back in, but how cars can then loop out of the grocery store instead of driving right in front of the grocery store and creating additional conflict points, putting so much traffic in front of the grocery store. So those are my only comments, but I think that's it. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Sherry, I see you came to the front row. Did you have something to add that you didn't say the other night? Maybe. Okay.
Sherry Tate. I just want to, I probably said this the other night, but I think it's worth repeating. So I just hope we're very intentional on our design and what we do, as we've been with Whammers and these other areas. It's important, I think, that Four Corners is a beautiful spot that we all should be very proud of. Evergreen has been awesome to work with, and we've really, I think they catch the vision of Washington Fields and what the residents want. And I feel like if I can just say something like, we were a long time at Planning Commission, and we're long here because of this, I don't know where the lack of communication is on how it's supposed to come forth. But yes, we would all love to just see a plan, and it would be great. But anyway, so I just feel like if we, moving forward, it's important to us that we, get our accesses, that we're not the ones that say, oh, sorry, because they're building a big commercial thing, you guys are gonna have to figure it out. I feel confident we can work with them and hopefully the city to make this all work. But I just wanted to add that, like, just be just as intentional on this project as we were Whammers and the others that are, because we were gonna have a big Washington Fields plan, and we haven't seen it, but we're moving in the right direction. So thank you.
Great comments. Thank you, Sherry, and thank you for your input the other night. It is, like I said, it's a little bit of a messy process, especially on this one, but we're doing it this way so that we can be intentional on that, and we appreciate you too, Matt, and all the work you're doing. Councilman Bellison, I think you might have this. Do you need the back of my envelope, or you?
I need the list. If you've got the list, or I was gonna get with Eldon on.
This is I don't know if you can.
No, I want the one that's marked up that we said we're gonna get rid of, so that I can.
That's, Eldon can cross-reference me, but that was just kind of off my scratches. And
Just to clear things up, I personally don't have a tire store or have a problem with the tire store. I don't think it's heavy repair. Do you have a problem with it?
Maybe we'll just let them ask back for that one. Maybe we'll just let them ask back for a tire store.
That's how I feel. Let them ask back.
Kind of what I heard the consensus was. Is that council?
I'll make a stab at it. We'll see.
All right.
I'd make a motion that we approve an ordinance for zone change Z-25-24 from A20 to PUDC located at Washington Fields Road and George Washington Boulevard, but we remove bar establishment. We changed from hospital to hospital clinic. Remove hotel or motel. We remove motor vehicle and RV sales. We exclude Ahern type rentals, and we remove storage units.
And then did you do line 21 motor? Did you already say motor vehicle, trailer, camper?
I did.
Did say that? Okay.
Sales correct.
You've heard the motion. Any recommendations to the councilman on his motion? Was that consistent with, I think, what we tried to go through?
Did we have, you didn't say tire shops. So.
No, I didn't say tire shop. But I
want to make that clear.
And the PUD is part of the design, and they're going to have to show it.
Out of all four corners, this is probably the best place to put a tire shop. I didn't want it on the west because there's residents, on the southwest because it does, and the southeast. But this one,
I think,
best out of all, if we have to have one there. But
you're gonna have a lot more noise from exhausts from vehicles as they take off from the stoplight than you will from a couple of impact wrenches. Right? And it's, hey, listen, I lived right, half a block away from the stoplight at Fields Road and Washington Dam Road. I can tell you that the exhaust noise is way worse than a couple of impact wrenches.
All right, we have a motion on the table. I am looking for a second.
I will second that.
I have a motion and a second. We'll go roll call on this, beginning with Councilman Coates? Just was looking in the right direction
Should
for
I
a.
should I just leave right now?
For a-
Just say aye.
Should we start with Councilman Coates? I think so.
We're beginning with Councilmember Henderson.
Aye.
Belliston. Casperson.
Aye.
Ivy. Coates.
Aye.
Matt, it wasn't pretty. Bring us back a great site plan with intentional design and let's get this going, okay?
You know, let Mayor Brown leave so early.
Hey, thanks for hanging in there for, a few hours. Good job. Apparently, I don't know anything about ponds. We'll move on to item 8B. This is consideration to approve an ordinance amending City Code Title 9-8A-8, detached accessory dwelling unit. And Eldon, do you want to run 8C concurrently with it? And 8C, which is consideration to approve an ordinance amending City Code Title 9-8B-7, detached accessory dwelling unit. Community Development Director Eldon Gibb will actually let you get through your entire presentation this time before interrupting, I promise.
No problem. Happy to be here. This is a great item here. We had the HAC conference a couple months ago, kind of kicked things off. Since then, we've had a few applications that have conflicted our current code. So this is good, kind of updating the code to meet demand. Council made some recommendations from the work session, such as increasing the footage and defining how we calculate the square footage, which I've incorporated into this. The Planning Commission heard this last week, also had some really good comments I've incorporated. Do have a few concerns still. We'll dig in here and figure it out. Starting with number 2 there, proposing to remove the requirement, or that the wording has no attached garage or carport, so that these DADU units could indeed have a attached garage or carport to the facility. Looking down to number 2, proposing to remove the minimum 10,000 square foot lot requirement. And then the Planning Commission had the comment that they wanted to add the note that detached accessory dwelling units shall be constructed in a manner so that the exterior material is of the same of the main residence, so that it blends in, feels like existing, and just meshes with the existing.
Can I make a comment on that? Prefer not to have that in there because I think there could be a nice detached accessory dwelling unit built that would be very nice, pleasing to the eye and all that, that's not necessarily the same as the house. To me, that just sounds like, I'd rather leave that up to CC&Rs, because like in a neighborhood like mine that doesn't really have CC&Rs, we don't have an HOA, I would hate to restrict one of my neighbors to having the accessory dwelling unit match their house exactly. It just feels too much like CC&Rs to me, and I don't think the city should be involved in that.
I would too, for a different reason, right? Like my last house, my roof was tile and pitched. My RV garage, I went with flat roof just so that it didn't stick that much higher. So I brought it down, so it was just a different style as well. would take that out.
Not that, I mean, that just, to me, really restricts people. You know, I mean, there's a lot of areas in our city that don't live in an HOA for a reason, you know? And I know one of the gentlemen that talked in the planning commission, you know, didn't want metal buildings and stuff like that, but I've seen some beautiful metal buildings out there, and I don't mind them in my neighborhood. You know, I got a neighbor next door that has a beautiful metal accessory dwelling unit, and it doesn't match his house, but it's really nice, you know? So, I mean, to me, I'd rather give people that don't live in an HOA with CCNRs a little more freedom to, you know, build something that they want to build. I mean, there's some neighborhoods in Washington that it would be just fine for somebody to build one of these out of a shipping container, you know? I mean, shipping container construction is really popular now. And that right there would prevent anybody in the city from even considering a shipping container building, you know, so.
You know, Councilman, it might also slow down the process of building the ADU if you're trying to find brick that, you know, I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't be that restrictive, it would have to be the exact same brick, but I think it gives builders latitude if they don't want to be that expensive, if their home's brick and they'd rather have siding or, yeah.
Can I make a comment? I've spoken a lot already, but I'll make one comment and then I'm going to back out of the whole thing. But one thing that we get from, as concern from neighbors, when you're thinking about accessory dwelling units, you're talking about neighborhoods that are already built. So a lot of times when we get complaints, like a shed or an accessory dwelling, somebody that says, it's kind of like our last comment, I bought this house and I knew what I had around me. Right? I knew what the houses looked like and I knew what it was going to feel like. And now you're building something that I didn't buy into, if that makes sense. And also with the heights and things like that. I mean, I bought a house and nobody was looking in my backyard, or I knew what was already built around me. So I just when we get complaints, those are the complaints that I get. We've got a couple in the last couple of weeks where someone was building a metal shed. And somebody said, this obviously can't be allowed. There's no way the city would allow this. So I just as you make your comments, think about that. What we're doing is putting these into existing neighborhoods where people already bought in.
I agree.
When you say shipping container, it makes me a little concerned because, and it's completely up to you guys if that's what you want to allow, but we will get those calls about, you know, you allowed a shipping container in my neighborhood. So,
I mean, I a whole lot of people that are rushing to do a shipping container and turn it into a house without dressing it up and doing something cool with it. But like, I don't want to have something that's Southwest style. If I want to do a little cottage style, you know, little 1-bedroom thing out back, that might be kind of a cute thing in my backyard. But if we say it's got to match the house, it can't.
One person thinks is a really cute thing, another person doesn't.
Either we're going to allow these or not. And the problem is any of these ADUs are going to go in existing neighborhoods because you're not building a new house with an ADU.
I just want us to think about that because we will get those calls.
And we need to get rid of the ADU ordinance so we don't get calls.
I think we're just trying to say what we're trying to say is what are we okay with telling people you're right and we're okay with it.
So
Trying to minimize the impact, the neighbors, because something I was thinking about too is like the height, where we're raising the height. You could have, you're going to be able to build a detached accessory dwelling unit 3 feet from your neighbor's backyard, and then you could, if it's, you know, a 2-story, you'd be looking right into the neighbor's backyard. So like, think about a neighborhood that has all single-story homes, and then you have one of the neighbors that wants to put a detached accessory dwelling unit in there, and then they have this 2-story in the backyard looking over their neighbor's yard.
Most of your concerns, Jeremy, are taken care of in CCNRs in most subdivisions. But people like me that are hillbillies and live on the street that I live on for a reason, I want to be able to exercise my property rights and build whatever building I want to.
I live
within code.
non-HOA, and I wouldn't want a shipping container that didn't have some kind of cover on it right next to my house.
I will
To have CCNRs in your neighborhood.
Two grow.
this week.
Zero CCNRs?
Zero CCNRs, zero HOA.
Really?
Complaints I got this last couple of weeks were from downtown neighbors. And so where those areas were built long before CCNRs were a thing. But I'm not arguing with you. I want to make the point so that we have it on the record. And when somebody comes in and says, did you guys really think about this?
Have them give me a call.
Okay.
Have them call me, I'll talk to them.
I know, but I agree with Manager Red in the fact of, I'm fine with doing different types of materials, but it's got to be cohesive with the neighborhood, right? I mean, that's my opinion, because I agree. I built here this, and then all of a sudden they build whatever they want. They're
I address your concerns, Councilwoman Casperson. You know, you said, well, I don't want to have somebody, this big two-story behind me. My house is a predominantly flat roof where I currently live. An RV garage, I cannot physically build an RV garage next to my house that's not going to be taller than my house. So you kind of just need to pick a number on a height to build to this height. The challenge, and I asked Eldon to bring this forward, is I have a client that wants to build an RV garage, totally allowable. He wants to build an ADU, totally allowable. You stick the two together, our code cancels each one out, and he can't do it. Right, so just because he wants to build an RV garage with a bedroom on it, he now can't build that because we don't allow it under the code. So some of these changes just need to be made so that that people have options to be able to do them.
Yeah, and my first instinct is to let people like Councilman Henderson said, is to do what they want. But then when you listen to residents and their concerns too, I think you have to take consideration too on the community and the neighborhoods and the impact that it does have. And I don't know, I guess.
I think this ordinance does. I mean, allowed an ADU, which is already allowable. We need to allow people to be able to build it, especially if they can combine it with another use that are both allowable under the code. Does that make sense?
Makes sense, although I feel like the concerns of like having an RV garage, I think is different than having a living space 3 feet from someone's backyard, and then having, like you're essentially like looking down into their, you could look down into their home and to their backyard, because you could put a window right there, facing the backyard. And so I feel like a garage.
How is that different from a 10-foot setback being next to another two-story house with a 10-foot setback? It's not.
Well, what about the single-story homes that I brought up? Like they're all in a single-story neighborhood, and then you have a bunch of homes that start doing two-story in the back of their homes.
Councilman, a neighborhood like that typically will have CCNRs that would.
Well, we just have a situation where Councilman Coates brought up that he doesn't have any of those things.
I'm gonna look that up tomorrow, and get back with him, because I don't believe it.
Here's the other problem. There's certain.
Them tomorrow. Can I make a comment? So Councilman Ivy made a good point. Like there's a lot of homes that were built, say 25 years ago out of brick. That brick is completely discontinued. And if somebody wants to build an ADU or a detached garage or something like that, number one, they're not going to be able to afford the brick. And number two, they're not going to be able to find the brick that matches. And so I just find that little addition there a little problematic. So I'd like to see it removed.
There are certain dimensions in construction that you have to build to, right? Or are just kind of inherent. An RV garage is going to be a 16-foot plate line, right? With the roof trusses on top of that. A two-story ADU is going to be 9 foot plus 1 foot plus 9 foot to the plate line, so that's 18 foot, right? But right now, the ADU says we can only build to 17 feet to the overall height. And so you can't physically, you couldn't physically do it, even though both are allowable, independently. So we just need to pick a height, and that, I thought Eldon did a great job on picking a height of 25 feet, or it needs to be reduced height if it's closer to the property line, right? So it's a little bit lower, and then as you pull in to the property, you can go a little bit higher. But most people don't build to 3 feet to the property line. Could you? Yes. But most people don't because of fire codes that come in, because now you've got to deal with fire glazed glass and other fire codes to protect your neighbor.
Those are not that, like, I personally would want to, which we did, build as close as you can to the property line, even if you have to do all those additional, meet all the different fire codes, because you want to give yourself more space in your property. So you want to push it as close as you can.
But you're still 7.5.
No, I'm talking about detached. Like I would want to, we just barely did this, and we push it as far as we can to the property line so we can have more space.
I think these are all good points. They really are. I mean, there's an argument every direction, but I just want to remind the council of why we have ADUs in the first place and why they're a topic with the League of Cities and Towns almost every week. It's because we're trying to address housing shortages. And I kind of always default to property rights. And is that property rights the person that is building the ADU or will be possibly negatively affected by a neighbor's ADU? I think that it's a hard balance to find. But for me personally, I'm just going to default to the idea that we need to be able to build them in a way that promotes people to do it, and they can do it without a lot of restrictions.
I think we beat exterior colors up enough, but can we move on to the next?
I was just wondering if there might be a list of included and excluded exterior products.
I got a pen.
Have a tiered chart
I'm all
coming
out
up
of
here.
envelopes.
I got you.
Carry on, Eldon.
In regards to the materials, if I could just follow up with that, it says is of the same material. So it's not adamant that it is the same. If a house has stucco, brick, rock, if this is approved this way, that unit would need to incorporate similar materials. We're not asking for the exact color, the exact product, but just to look and feel them.
You still kind of, like doing it of the same material,
What if I wanted to build a detached dwelling in my backyard? My house right now is stucco. What if I wanted to save the expense of stucco and I wanted to do hardy board myself without hiring a stucco contractor? I paint it the same color as my stucco, but it's hardy board. That would prevent me from doing that.
right. That's the way I read it. And if your roof is tile roof and I do a flat roof, that's different material. I'm with him. I don't like that line.
Comments? Looking to number 3 here, we'll get to the next page. Worded this to read, the square footage of detached accessory dwelling units shall meet the following criteria. Attached porches and/or garages are not calculated in the detached accessory dwelling unit square footage, but are calculated towards the side and rear percentages. The detached accessory dwelling unit square footage, when calculated together with other existing or future structures, shall not cover more than 30% of the rear yard and 50% of the side yard area. This is where we incorporated the tiered structure. R16 and R112 keep it the same 1,000 square feet, with the exception here that if a lot size is bigger than 15,000 square feet in one of these zones, they could then abide by the R115 criteria. There are a few lot sizes out there, a few examples, the PUD zones, a couple other examples throughout the city that they're zoned in the R110 or R112. but yet they're sitting on a half acre.
So, because this is all straight zoning, you mentioned PUD. If somebody was in a PUD that had room, is it allowable?
It is, correct, yes, yes, R1, they would abide by this criteria here
So they would be considered an R110.
to meet that criteria, yes, based off their lot size within.
Within that PUD zone. Okay.
The Planning Commission did recommend to drop the R112 in with the R115. I don't see eye to eye with that. I feel like the R112 is a little bit too dense, a little too small to include a 1,500 square foot floor plan and up to 25 foot. I would leave that up to council to get some input there and decide what we do with that. Looking to number 4, the height of detached accessory dwelling units shall meet the following criteria. Again, the same tiered structure here, R16 through the R112, 17 feet tall, with the exception if they meet the lot size of 15,000 square feet, they can then jump into that criteria.
So we're only allowed to go to 25.
Correct. With the exception that, and here's where we get into the foot per foot rule. Starting at 3 feet off the property line, you can go up to 20 feet. And then an additional height for every foot moved in towards the property.
Can I ask another question? Right, so shall not exceed 1,000 square feet or 1,500 feet. Why do we care if they're meeting their open space of the lot requirements?
1,000 square feet's pretty big.
They already had to meet their 30% or 50%, requirements.
Are you asking for an actual answer, or is this a rhetorical question? I mean, it would go to my same comment before, that you knew what you had next to you, and all of a sudden you're going to have another 2,000 square foot structure next door to you. It's just another, in my mind, the limitation would be a limitation for your neighbor. Just that that would work really well for, but think of a lot of your downtown, you've got big lots downtown. So can you put that on the screen? This is really interesting. I mean, I'm not trying to, it's just, you knew what your neighbors were, and now you can have.
David, this is Thad. Can I do screen share?
Yes, Eldon should be able to swap you to the Apple TV. Can you see in the
It's
list?
asking me for the AirPlay code, and I can't see it on the monitor. There it is. Council, this is an image that I took myself within, about a block from here. You'll see the traditional home structure, and then doesn't represent anything other than, in my viewpoint, an example of what the market will build if there aren't some forms of rules for staff to administer. And so you'll see the add-on here is slightly larger than the original structure.
Where's this at?
Original structure is right here by the two Italian cypress. I'll pull it up on a map and show you where it's at. It's right next to the Adair Spring source monument, but I'll show you on a map if you don't know where that is.
So that looks attached.
They attach the two carports on a wall, and so this is essentially an add-on but it is a good example, I think, of what the market's going to build if there isn't some form of a.
You mean in terms of the 1,000 or 1,500 square feet? Or
If city code doesn't adopt standards in certain places, all I'm saying is the market's ready to build, baby build.
This ordinance wouldn't even cover that because it is taxed, right?
Correct.
That's why this is allowed right now, but I think just think of what somebody can do if we don't put any limit. And if you're okay with that, that's okay. It's a good discussion to have so that when that does go in, we say, yeah, we talked about it, we thought about it, and.
But the
That's
1,000 or
not necessarily-
1,500,
That's not necessarily that's not an affordable house, right? If affordability is one of the things we're looking for, a 3,000 square foot ADU is not necessarily hitting any affordability.
are we talking about changing the size, or are we comfortable with the 1,000 and 1,500? Because to me, this is for
I was
that
just asking
young
why we even
couple
had
or
it.
that, mother-in-law or whatever. It gives some flexibility to infill and use the space. I like the way Eldon's kind of drafted this based
I don't
on council
disagree.
feedback.
I'm just asking why we even go down that road, because we do already limit how much area can be used, and these lots are small enough that it would be really hard to utilize that much area for a 3,000 square foot house with two garages,
Which lots are small enough? We've got some big lots in downtown that have no CCNRs and that could certainly fit another 3,000 square feet and not.
So you'll see here on my map where the cursor is, City Hall.
R16 to R112, you're gonna have a heck of a hard time.
The image I showed you is right on the upper right corner here. You'll see that's the original structure, and that property you saw being built is filling that whole space there.
I like where we're going, like with the context of an accessory dwelling unit, not a new home. If they want a second home, then we have an R2 zoning they can apply for. But I like where we're going with this one, and plus we're broadening it already. I mean, we're trying to be responsive to the need for housing.
So otherwise we're doing like duplexes.
Yeah.
Hung up on it, let's move on.
That was the reasoning behind it. If someone wants 2 residences, let's rezone it to R2.
Yeah.
Number 4, the height, which we just dug into, R115 and larger can go up to 25 foot. Starting at 20 feet off at 3 feet there. Any questions, comments, concerns with that?
I already expressed mine, so I won't bore you with that again.
I'm gonna buy the lot right next to Kemp's, and I'm gonna build the tallest garage ever.
What are you gonna build it out of? Like what material do you think? A
Steel.
shipping container?
I'm gonna
Shipping
stack
container.
Shipping containers?
Containers, yep.
Line item 5 here, proposing to scratch that, remove the 10-foot separation from the existing home.
So what is the setback? What is the distance? There is no distance.
There
from
would
the-
not be, fire code would regulate that distance between the home.
Fire code would regulate.
Correct. Yes.
Do you know what that is? I'm just curious because
I do not have it memorized.
I just wonder how that would work with, I guess they'll figure it out.
What the fire code is?
Well, I'm just wondering without, having a distance between the home and if the current resident, I can think about that later.
Up on a plan review with the building department?
Correct.
Chief, you want to take a stab or? I mean, I know you have.
As far as
And if
when
you
you
could
start
just
building.
state your name for
Oh,
the
yeah.
record, we haven't seen
My
you here
name's
for a
Matt
minute.
Evans.
Chief, it's good to see you, buddy.
I really asked this question so you could come forward so we could
Thanks.
say hello and everything.
I was just about to fall asleep.
The whole
so that
meeting has
helps a
been
lot.
building to this moment right here.
The closer you get to it, it requires, as Councilman Bellston was talking about, that it starts to require different ratings. So the closer you get, the more rating you would have to put there. So you get to 5 feet and you got to have an hour rating. You get under that, it's got to have a 2-hour rating.
And you'd have to do that on both your home and the if you're gonna do whatever, how close you do it, you have to make adjustments to both your home and the EDU.
Yep, anything that's within that distance. And that would be the same and that's actually inside and outside the wall. And so when you talk about windows, when you get that close, it gets way too expensive. So you don't typically see windows in that because of what it costs to get that kind of rated material.
And that's within, the closest that you have to start doing that is within, did you say?
Your property line, so your structure and then your line. And then if your neighbor does the same thing, then they would have to do that same piece.
Well, I'm saying is the distance, it begins at 3?
Begins
It begins
at
at 5, okay.
Yeah, starts at 5 and then it goes up as far as that rating.
Fire rating between between an ADU and the existing house, because they're both on your same property, is just like a normal house.
Yeah, that's correct.
So it can come closer than 10 feet, which our code kept them 10 feet apart, but it was just kind of an arbitrary number. It's not because of anything that would be required by building code or fire code.
Yeah, fire code was updated and we didn't update our ordinance to reflect those changes, which we're doing now.
True issue. That was a true requirement.
Thanks, Chief, appreciate it. Eldon, is the next item, appreciate you, Chief Evans. Is the next item is it the same? Looks the same to me.
It is, correct, just applied to the R1 zoning. I think this is the residential rule. The other one's just for the straight.
Okay. So before I turn back to council, I see a gentleman here that's interested in this item. I'm just going to give you the opportunity to state your name and say a few words if you'd like. Yeah, just don't get too comfortable with the mics. Keep it tight.
We've all been here a while.
And to start with your name.
My name's Dan Witt. I'm a builder here in southern Utah, and I specifically focus on ADUs. So,
Okay, give us your feedback on this conversation.
So a couple things. Feedback on the original topic, which was similar build, and to address your concern with height. That has been a similar thing in other cities. And can come up with neighbors, especially on the 2-story thing. So like Eldon was saying, well, the taller you go, the farther away you need to be from the property line certainly would help with that. And or going to the original setbacks, if you do a 2-story home and the setback is 8 and 10 on each side, and you want to do a 2-story ADU, then match the setbacks of the main home. And so that can sometimes resolve that issue of, well, that has already got an 8 and 10 side setback for a 2-story home. Their ADU, if it meets that same setback, could sometimes resolve that. There's not a lot of call for 2-story ADUs because, again, you're trying to keep it in less than 1,000 feet. I would say the average size is right around 500 to 600 square feet, single bedroom, typically for family, young couple, or mom or dad. So 2-story becomes problematic in 500, 600, 700, 800 square feet because the amount of square footage you lose in the stairway. But still, it's wise to think about it and consider those concerns because one neighbor might not care about the person living next to him or might deliberately want to do something just to irritate them and build a 2-story that has a window peering right into their yard. And when you're 3 feet off the line versus farther away. So I like how that's written where it's 17 feet when you're 3 feet off the line, but then you get higher if you move away from that line. Regarding the similar build, I agree with Eldon that it's not that it's saying it has to be the exact same color, but of similar build materials and quality. That's verbiage that's used in a lot of cities.
Similar is a better word, and that gives some flexibility.
Right. So similar build quality and materials. So then a similar material to hardy board is stucco. Those are considered similar building materials in its quality standpoint, right? So similar build and quality puts that in the same realm, and that gets you away from brick that doesn't exist anymore and that kind of stuff. So, certainly I have an opinion on that verbiage. The setback for fire code, obviously we love the idea of having closer setbacks 3 feet from the property line because farther than that, 8 and 10, we're trying to get it closer to the property line. When we're 7, 8, 10, a lot of cities are getting closer to that property line, and 3 to 5 feet is a very magic number. We don't get a lot of pushback from customers if we're telling them we're in between 3 and 5 feet. When it gets up to 8 and 10, that's where we were getting pushback. I go, well, what am I going to do with that 10 feet behind my ADU? And it really eats into the yard. So that magic number for setbacks is really in that 3 to 5 foot range. 5 foot real obviously, that 3 to 5 foot range obviously solves a lot of problems on the fire code as well. So, yeah.
That's actually really helpful. Any feedback, Councilman?
Sure, appreciate your comments. My main thing with that one, the similar materials, is when we make city ordinances, we want to avoid subjective decisions.
Right.
So one person's similar materials may be different than another person's similar materials. Like I like your definition of similar materials, but we try to avoid subjective decisions, so, because one guy at the city might think hardy board's not anything like stucco, but another guy might take your viewpoint that says stucco and hardy board. Anyway,
and to your point, it really does become a problem when the main home only has stucco. So if the main home has stone, stucco, and hardy board, well, now the ordinance works because you could do the ADU in full hardy board or full stone or full stucco. But the problem comes in is, well, what if the home doesn't have anything but brick or stone? Then that's where you get into this difficult way of creating the verbiage that protects neighbors and you guys from getting phone calls, because we don't want the neighbors of our clients calling into the city complaining about. I mean, we're putting a sign out in front. We're trying to do everything we can to mitigate the neighbors' complaints of what's going on, which is sometimes based out of jealousy.
Don't leave for a minute, because you're helpful. Do you feel like similar quality is subjective?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because some people would say tin is not the same quality as 2x6 2x6.
Because you use the term
framing
similar
with
build
stucco.
and quality. That was an interesting.
Well, Councilman
Everything has to be
Henderson,
done to code, so everything has a certain amount of quality. So,
well, yeah, don't you think
objective other than code, so.
well, the shipping container would have nice quality next to my backyard?
Your next to your lot would be ideal.
Yes. It'd be nice quality.
Especially if they're stacked 3 high, right?
All right.
So, and I think a comment was said earlier, well, no one would put a shipping container back there without making it kind of pretty around. That's not okay. I mean, if you will allow it to be a shipping container that can just be left rusty, if there's not a CCR in place, then I guarantee you there's customers out there that would put a shipping container 3 feet from the property line, if nothing else, just to irritate the neighbor that pissed them off 5 years before, or something like that. So that would be my concern with.
Well, again, CCNRs, they still got to meet that, their neighborhood issues there. But
right.
His neighborhood would know.
On straight zoning, I guess that's my only concern is is there a line?
Right. Right. And a majority of the neighborhoods do have CCNRs, but there are plenty that don't have those CCNRs or those or they might have some CCNRs, but they're so vague that say, yeah, whatever, do whatever you want to do.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Council, you've got 2 items here.
Is there any other? There's no
They're
other
the same.
changes on
They're
this?
8B, 8C are the exact same, except for just one applies to agricultural zoning, one applies to single family zoning, but it's the same ordinance. You got a few things to chew on, and then if somebody's ready for a motion, I worry about that shipping container. I know we're joking about it, but you know what? I don't vote on it. I just give my 2 bits. So.
Shouldn't have said the word shipping container. That was my mistake.
There are people who have brought those in. I think there was a comments about that. So it's not like it's not a legitimate.
Mayor, it has been a minute since we looked at the agenda, so I'll just remind that there are 2 items that need 2 motions there.
Right. We'll need 2, but
They're not identical.
they are, the red lines and strike throughs are identical. If you look at the very top,
I would like to change the R115 and larger to start at 17 in height to match, and then you can move in and do it higher. So the R115 and larger on number 4, it has 20 rather than 17, and I think it'd be better to have both of the heights start at 17, and then you can go higher as you move in to your property.
Work. It doesn't work to build that way. The plate line. You have to be able to build, to the plate line at 19. It doesn't work. I mean, you don't buy a longer length that even equals 17. And that was to the top, right? So you've still got to put trusses on it. What you're saying, if you keep it at the 17 feet, is any ADU can never go three.
Yeah.
I absolutely agree with that. I mean, you ought to be able to have a second story if you're doing a larger lot. Again, this.
Well, you can if you go in further then onto your property. So you're not having a 2-story home right next to your neighbor, 3 feet from your neighbor's home.
So in the scenario that I brought up, that RV garage is having 2 bedrooms, right? But they're on the second floor now because the RV garage is allowed, but once you put a bedroom on it, it's so no longer allowed because it's now considered an ADU and they cancel each other out. I mean, that's part of the problem.
Can't you move it further into your property if you want to do that?
Because you still have to be able to have the room in the back of your property for other stuff. How are you going to move an RV garage into the interior of your property? You got to get past your house to get into the RV garage. It doesn't work.
I feel like it could in some homes.
Isn't that 2 separate permits though? The garage permit and the AD permit?
No, it's one building. Combining uses into one building. It's not 2 separate permits. I mean, that's the problem. It needs to be, I mean.
Someone could do an RV garage and then put an ADU on the back of it if they're wanting to do that.
No, they couldn't.
Why? Because the garage space doesn't.
Because that rule alone is 17 feet.
I'm saying
What?
you could build a garage and then on the back side of it, or on the back side of it, you could have an ADU and have like a little bedroom in the back.
No, you can't.
Why?
Because the codes cancel each other out.
How do they cancel each other out?
You explain on that. I mean, that's the problem with it. As soon as you put the bedrooms in that structure, it's considered an accessory dwelling unit. And so the accessory dwelling unit rule says you can't do these things.
Didn't it say in here that the garage space is not included as part of the square footage?
Eldon?
Correct, yeah, the square footage of the 1,000 square feet or 1,500 square feet. It sounds like, I think Councilwoman Councilperson's just concerned with the height of the structure. I think you guys are just not seeing eye to eye on this, both have argument.
Well, the 17-foot doesn't work when you have a second story. And the 17-foot doesn't work when you have a 16-foot plate line.
For the original.
What if on the 2-story, instead of the 3-foot setback, you had a 5-foot to start with? So you're starting a little bit more. Would that kind of accomplish the same thing?
Well, that's what I think I was saying, right? I was saying 17 for the 3, and then you move in and you can go higher.
But maybe
like
instead of
written.
say 17, you just say 5 feet on the 2-story, and you start
At
at
20?
20, but you're
5 feet?
5 instead of.
Why don't you just say 5 feet, 25?
Well, because you go up a foot for every additional foot that you go in, the way that it's written. So if you start at 3 feet and at 20, and then each foot you go in, you go up a foot. So I'm just saying if 17 doesn't work, why don't you just start it at 5 and 20, and then each set, so if you went back 10, then you could get to your 25 still. But if you were at 20, you're 5 back. I'm just saying, I'm just trying to address the Councilwoman's kind of comments. I'm not trying to have a 2-story, like, pressing over a neighbor's yard.
Especially when you consider the impact on neighborhoods and on the community, just to bring up the example that I brought before, if you're all in a single-story neighborhood and then all of a sudden you have all these two-story popping up in your backyard, I don't know, I just feel like go back to what Jeremy was saying, you got into a neighborhood, and so I just feel like and you bought what you thought you were purchasing, and then all of a sudden it changes. And I want to give the people flexibility, but I also think we have to consider people who are living there currently and the impact that's going to have.
What does it matter? We put ponds next to people's houses. Like,
There was already a pond there.
I'm just saying, I'm ready to make a motion, Mayor, to move on. It's 9 o'clock, and I think we've beat this to death, and if you can agree or not agree, but
Maybe I'll make a motion to table this then, and then we can have more motion.
second.
I have a motion and a second, but, okay. So just to can you clarify your motion? Do you have a motion to table items 8B and 8C?
Correct.
And you have a second to table
Just to see where it goes.
items 8B and 8C?
No, wait.
And 2 weeks?
Yes.
All right, we've got a motion to table items 8B and C. We'll vote on these roll call concurrently, begin with Councilmember Henderson.
Mayor, may I ask one question?
Sure.
Is there anybody in the pipeline that's waiting for us to make a decision on this?
Applications? There is.
So let's discuss that for a second. So there's submitted applications that are waiting for us to make a decision on this so that they can move forward, right?
Motion and a second. Don't we need to vote?
So that point well taken, Councilmember Henderson.
Nay.
Belliston.
Nay.
Casperson.
Nay.
Ivy. Coates.
Nay.
Okay, so we are still live. We're.
I have a second motion, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we approve it as outlined exactly how Eldon has written it.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
I make an amendment to your motion if I second it?
You can make it. Let's hear it. I'm not saying no.
Amendment to your motion would
Is
be
an amendment or a substitute motion?
Oh, no, just my amendment would be that on B2 get stricken that says that it has to be materials are the same as the main house.
I like that part. So I don't want to make that, but you can make if I don't get a second, you can make an amendment motion for that.
Councilman Coates, does anyone want to?
I'll make amendment.
Does someone would anyone like to second Councilman Coates' motion that's on the table?
I'll second it with an amendment.
You can't second it with an amendment. All right, so Robert is turning over in his grave right now. The motion dies for lack of a second. Would anybody like to make substitute motion?
Can we do two? We got to do them separate, right?
Items A, B, and C, we're running them concurrently, so make a motion they're the same.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we approve an ordinance amending city code on the ADUs, remove the line B2 adjustment that says that the exterior material is the same of the main residence.
You've heard the motion by Councilman Belson. Is there a second?
Second.
I got a second by Councilman Henderson. We'll go roll call, beginning with Councilmember Belliston.
Aye.
Casperson.
Nay.
Ivy. Coates.
Aye.
Henderson.
Aye.
That is, item 8B and 8C are both approved 4-1. We ran them concurrently, and I said it from the beginning, so that's items, anyway, City Code Title 9-8A-8 and City Code Title 9-8B-7. We'll move on to resolutions. Item 9A is consideration to approve a resolution amending the master fee schedule. It's in your packet. If there's Is there any discussion on this? If not, I'm happy to entertain a motion to approve as presented.
Are we gonna raise fees every year?
Yes.
Can we not just have a year we don't raise fees?
Well, there's always slight adjustments that happen all throughout the year for different reasons, and then we bring them once a year to adjust the entire fee schedule, but.
No, but we jumped the rates of plots again, pretty high.
Well, remember, we had a
Mainly
discussion.
non-residents.
So,
We had people coming from other cities because our non-resident rate were cheaper than their resident rates. So that, a lot of these we'd already had discussion on. This is just to finalize all the little changes we've made throughout the year, but.
Happy to entertain a motion on this item.
so moved, Mayor.
Have a motion to approve by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Belliston. It is a
Well,
resolution.
Didn't Tara want to come up and do this?
We are going to give her the night off, and we're going to begin with Councilmember Belliston, Henderson, Coates, Ivy, Casperson.
Aye.
That is approved 5-0. Item 9B is consideration to approve a resolution designating a representative to serve on the Administrative Control Board of the Washington County Special Service District Number 1. We did this last year, as you'll remember. Somewhere or another, we ended up needing to do this again. It does not have an expiration date unless and until we make a change or Councilman Coates is no longer in office as an elected official.
Technically, you can still assign me to it afterwards if you want to produce me with that punishment. There's just a process to do it, just so you know. But
Is there any discussion on this item? If not, I'll call for a motion to approve. Motion by Councilwoman Casperson. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Ivy. Roll call beginning with Councilmember Henderson, Coates,
Aye.
Ivy,
Aye.
Casperson,
Aye.
Bellison. It's approved 5-0. Item 10 is the annual council business. 10A, consideration to approve the 2026 annual meeting schedule. It is in your packet. We've continue on with the same schedule. Is there any concerns or any discussion to be had on this?
Mayor, I know this is on the council business. But do we ever discuss like the holidays of the employees? And mine has to come with what's the one the new one?
Personnel policy manual, if you.
I like to be consistent with other cities on that, where it's the one holidays that are more floating. What's the holiday I'm thinking of?
Like Juneteenth?
Juneteenth is the one I'm
or
thinking of.
M-
But Juneteenth should be either the Monday or the Friday behind it, because that's what the other cities are doing, and it's hard to, because we make everybody shut down. Like construction-wise, it's real frustrating that our city employees get off and then none of our inspectors work, so contractors can't work. So I think Juneteenth should be a Friday or a Monday, not a Wednesday.
One of those tough ones to choose, but it's like, you celebrate the 4th of July on a different day too.
The 4th of July is way different than Juneteenth to me.
But it is a particular day.
Everybody gets July 4th off pretty much. Only public entities get Juneteenth.
Since that's not part of our meeting schedule, can we add it to a future?
Let's add it to our discussion on Friday. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'll add to the list.
Thank you.
It's on the list.
I'll make a motion that we approve the annual meeting for 2026 schedule for the city council.
Have a motion by Councilman Coates. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is approved 4-0 unanimously. We'll go into the next section of the agenda, which is appointments. 11A, this is consideration to confirm the appointment of a member to the Planning Commission. I am recommending that James Ure, who filled the remainder of a Planning Commission term, be appointed as the alternate to another term. Can I have a motion by Councilman Ivy to approve an additional 3-year term for Commissioner Ure? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Mr. Ure is approved for 4 more years on a 4-0 vote. 11B, this is consideration to confirm the appointment of the 2026 Planning Commission Chair. My recommendation is Pete Bullock. If there's no discussion on that, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
So made.
I have a motion by Councilwoman Casperson, second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Approved unanimously, 4-0. 11C, this is consideration to confirm the appointment of a Power Board member. I have met with Noel Jackson, who came recommended by two of our existing Power Board members. He is willing to serve on that role and to fill the remainder of the seat vacated by Andy Palmer, which runs through December 31st, 2027. If you agree, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates,
I'll second that.
second by Councilman Ivy. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mayor, could I suggest that maybe we meet him in a future meeting?
That's a great
I
idea.
don't think that I know the gentleman.
Yep, great idea. I'll reach out to Noel and ask him to do that. That's approved 5-0. Item 11D. It's my recommendation to you, council, that we reappoint both Dick Saunders and Todd Spriggs to 3-year terms beginning January 1st, 2026, ending December 31st, 2028. Any discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved, Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Coates, second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That is approved 5-0. Item 11E. Let's see, 11D.
11D.
Yes.
This is I'd like to reappoint Michael Dinsmore as the Power Board Chair for 2026.
So moved, Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Coates,
Second.
second by Councilman Belliston. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved unanimously. 11E, I would recommend that both Jason Bright and Rich Levin be reappointed to the Washington City Historic Preservation Commission from January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2028. Can I have a motion?
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilman Ivy. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Councilwoman Casperson. All in favor?
Aye.
It's approved unanimously. And it would be my recommendation that for 2026, Kenneth Nilsson serve as Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Henderson, second by Councilman Coates. All in favor?
Aye.
That is approved unanimously. Section 12 of the agenda, report of officers from assigned committees. We'll start at my left with Councilman Belliston.
I was just gonna say, you sound like you're burning through a county commission meeting like that.
I am like
Ding, ding, ding,
a
ding.
horse getting close to the stable.
You know, it's been a slow start for January as far as commission, or as far as assignments go, but I don't have anything today.
Thank you, Councilman Belliston. Councilman Henderson.
Anything, Mayor?
Councilman Coates.
Nothing tonight.
Councilman Ivy.
Short, I know it's been a long meeting. We had legislative policy, just a couple of things to mention. Property tax is a hot topic this year, so keep that in your mind. There's one bill that we came back from last year, transportation utility fees going to come back again. But that's kind of one of those hot topics right now. And then there's one bill that's risen to the top of one that we are going to oppose. It's called local land use revisions. The league has spoken in recommended denial of that, and I'll keep you apprised of that. But things are starting to take shape for the session. We look forward to being on the Hill starting on the 20th. Thank you.
All right, eat your Wheaties, Councilman. Councilman Casperson.
No dose.
I'll just be really quick. Speaking of the skate park, the concrete for the skate portions will be done this month. The BMX will be done this week. And then they're hoping to be done by the end of March. And then also I have another one to add to the list for Friday is possible mural project. They're going to do one in St. George, and they want to know if we want to have representation from Washington City. And I can tell you guys more about that on Friday to see if that's something you guys want to do.
Cool. Thank you. I'll just remind you that we have our council retreat. Starts at 8 a.m. on Friday, and we'll be meeting at Santa Clara City Hall. So go to Santa Clara
What's the
City
dress code, Mayor?
No shoes, no shirt, no service, or no problem. I don't.
Okay, perfect. So I don't have to wear a tie then, okay.
No ties.
Perfect.
And I think, and that's an open meeting. They're hosting us there. We will not have breakfast. We will have lunch. We'll finish at 1:00, and those that want to go over to to Kanab to tour their city center, the Kanab Center, are welcome to do that, so. Section 13 of the agenda is city manager report.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I've said plenty tonight, so I'll pass on my report.
Okay. And we do need to go to closed session for pending or potential litigation. And just to be safe, we'll call it purchase, exchange, or lease of property as well. We'll need a motion, a second, and a roll call to move to closed session.
So made, Mayor.
Motion by Councilman Ivy.
Second.
Second by Councilman Coates. Roll call. Councilmember Coates.
Aye.
Ivy.
Aye.
Casperson. Belliston. Henderson.
Aye.
We will move into closed session. Thank you, everyone.